All right. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's been a little bit since I've done this. Hey, bro, I'm glad that you are here. I don't know why you had to say it as blunt as that, but yeah, it's been a little bit. I have been busy, and then I was sick, so I couldn't really do much in terms of streaming. But I'm back to work on some tools and stuff. But yeah, how's everybody doing? Hold on, I feel like I'm not in the center. There we go. But yeah, how's everybody doing? All right, let me ooh, it looks like I gotta resituate some of these things. There we go. All right. So today I am planning on try to do like change it so that the A button, instead of accelerate the car, it does like a boost, or like you have it so that the trigger does the acceleration, all that stuff. You can just change it, all that. And that's what I'm planning on doing, because recently 3 of the projects that I have been working on all need like rebinding to some extent. Depending on the project, it could be either a very nice to have and kind of like we should really try and get that in, to we really just need this inside of the game, or else there will be some problems. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I was planning on doing this. So I thought, hey, why not stream it and whatnot. But yeah, other things. Other things you might have noticed down here. Now I have, I guess released, not launched. I don't know. I guess launched a coffee. And this is purely for additional support, so that you can just, it's more like a tip jar kind of thing. But because I am so bad at promoting this, and I actually had made the coffee profile like months ago. At this point, I think it was like 3 or 4 or maybe 5 months ago. I now have a thing that'll pop up here so that, you know, I can do that stuff. Thank you, bro, for posting that. I really appreciate it. Also, you can find it in the description of the videos and all my videos and stuff. So, all right, I'm done doing the self-promotion stuff. I'm really good at it. So yeah, that was the other housekeeping thing. I do have a thing. I was like, I gotta remember that. And then yeah, doing stuff anyway. So what I want to do is to show, yeah, basically where I'm starting from and like my experience with rebinding things. So I will be showing off some distant transmission really quick, because distant transmission is the first thing that I added in rebinding controls. And essentially what I'm trying to do is, if I go in here and then I go to controls, there's the rebind controls here. And the one problem with distant transmission is that you have to do this, and then that is one thing that I don't want in future projects is having to refresh the page. But yeah, this is where you can go in and change all these settings and such to make it so that, like, yeah, you can have it so the jumping is, instead of the WASD, you can go in and click on this or press this here, and then you can have it so that it is IK. Well, there you go. And now it's the IJKL setting and whatnot. So largely just so that you can change your controls and change your schemes. You can change the controllers. Right now there are 2 players. I have a DualShock, a PS4 controller and a PS5 controller plugged in right now. But and also I should probably grab my Xbox controller. So many controllers. But yeah, you're able to hop over. There we go. Now I got another thing that you can switch between. And then yeah, and it'll show all that stuff. It'll bring up the prompt, as you saw, to like change those controls. But there's a lot of things wrong with this particular implementation. As you saw, I had to one, refresh the page before I can actually get into the thing. But two, all of this stuff is hard coded ish, to the point where like the move, jump, and interact thing, I hard coded. Well, one, I had to manually place those inside of this menu rather than just have it automatically build the stuff based off of whatever the controls are inside of the game. Inside of Rewired is what I'm using. So there's that. Then these, so you can see that there are four keyboard button or keys that you can press and see. I had to manually put those 4 icons there because I knew that it's a keyboard, so you need to have the 4 cardinal directions to be able to move. But the other thing is that like I would want it to not be like that. I want it to have it so that dynamically happens. Especially say like you're using a controller and you want to map the movement to the face buttons. That is something where I want to have it so that, yeah, it's just going to be dynamic. So a lot of the things I want to be dynamic and whatnot. And then the other thing is, that like, I want to be able to grab this and then put it in another project. Cause that's like, yeah, that's part of the goal here is just be able to grab one of my tools and then just be able to place it in my project or whatever project that I'm going to be working on. And then from there, things will hopefully be a little bit, better. So yeah, that's largely it. Oh, also, the other thing is that I can reset the defaults, if I want to. That is also really cool to do. So that is how distant transmission works. We'll go back out here and quit. And then I will go here. So I do have an unfinished attempt at doing this. I was like, oh, I want to do this. So I'll do this. I think this was probably a year ago. Yeah, or maybe a year and a half ago, when I started working on like, oh, okay, I'm going to actually do the whole, rebinding stuff. And I got somewhere, but I kind of want to restart, because it's not the greatest. But largely, if I go click play, there we go. You can see, hey, look, there's the actions. Like you can see that the actions exist there, and then it shows the controller that you have. You can't really, like, none of these buttons work. You can't actually click on anything. You can move up and down. It is in a scroll rect, which is cool, I guess. But yeah, largely this is something that I started, but then I never really finished, and I want to like actually try and finish this. So I think I'm going to do a little bit of a refresh. I might scrap most of it. I might grab some of the stuff, but we'll see. I haven't actually looked too much, but part of this inspiration for me being able to just like grab and place in this like basically this prefab is Rewired itself has its own controller mapper, and there we go. It has its own controller mapper. Oh, this died. Of course. There we go. And as you can see, it is fairly extensive. There are lots of different things. You can have alternative bindings. You can say like, oh yeah, I could have it so then, I can do the right, left, up, down, IJKL. You can have that as an alternative like binding to the WASD. That is something that I would like to do, just to have alternative bindings. It has conflict checking and stuff, but Rewired has that built in. A lot of that stuff, you can see that like it says L3 and like, it's all based off of whatever you're using. So that this is a DualSense, so it's all the PlayStation controls. But if I switch over to this, now it's Xbox controls. And you can also assign controllers. So you can be like, yeah, player one now is using the Xbox controller, or is now using the DualShock controller, stuff like that. What is this XP crap? What do you mean? uh, what do you mean XP crap, bro? Um, but yeah, there's just a lot of different uh, ways in which you can do stuff, and then on YouTube. I think that is a new thing that they have introduced in terms of just engagement and stuff. Yeah, you are number one. Yeah, it's just like engaging in chat and whatnot. I believe that's what the XP crap is. But yeah, and then the other thing is that, like, which is a down the line thing. It's not going to be what I'm going to be working on today, but a down the line thing is that there is a way to calibrate your controller, and like, man, this is what I would love to be able to put in. Is largely like, yeah, you can calibrate like the dead zone and get the sensitivity and all this other stuff. Like, those kind of things are the things that I would love to be able to get in, because here, if I go in here and mess with this, like, you can see a live update of what my controller is doing. Yeah, and you can do this per stick or trigger. Yeah, like, this is definitely that's definitely what I want to replicate. And you might be asking, well, Charles, why don't you just use Rewired's thing? Rewired's thing, again, is actually very extremely well made, but the reason why I don't want to use it is because I want to be able to completely, like, customize and theme also all of my stuff. So being able to grab, place it inside of a thing, and then change it to look however the game needs it to look. If it needs to look like a comic book, I can make it look like a comic book. Oh, it has to have clean UI. Okay, no problem. Oh, it needs to be like spray paint or something like that. Sure, I can do that. Like, basically all of the theming and any like UI design stuff, I want that stuff to be able to, like, be really easy for me to slot in and change. And it's not really easy to make it so that this screen doesn't look like this, other than, like, I can change colors, I can change like the background in terms of like the image and stuff, but I can't really in terms of like the formatting. That's kind of really the main problem. So yeah, that is more or less all of the stuff. What I'm planning on doing is, well, one, I need to just get it to work in terms of just being able to go in and rebind a control. I want to go in and assign a controller to a player. Like, that's really my main goal for today, and we'll see how much further we'll get. Is just like, okay, I just want to get that stuff in, because it has been a little bit since I've messed with any of the rebinding stuff. Another example of me working on doing rebinding stuff, which is actually a better example, but I don't have it on me, is me working on Totally Reliable, and us doing like a whole rebinding system with that. That is also another example, but like, unfortunately, I don't have access to the version of Totally Reliable that would show that off. So all good. So I think that is everything. I think at this point I will stop this. Yeah, I think at this point I'll stop this, and then I'll switch over from doing this stuff. Also, another thing is that, like, you can see how extensive this like remapping or Rewired's controller map stuff is, where like you could have so many different like variables and like choose what type of categories and things like that. Like, you can just, there are so many different levers that you can pull that I really appreciate, and I would love to replicate in some way. But again, we gotta get it in there. We gotta start off, and unfortunately, this I don't think is gonna be it. I do. before we really start, I do have this thing here, this remapper thing. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't have too much. Okay, all right. Well, we might be able to. We might be able to grab some of this stuff. We'll see. But yeah, yeah. Let's get started. So actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna redo this UI menu, largely because one, it doesn't look great, but two, I have some other tools and things that I have made that will make this a little bit easier for me to make it so that it's controller friendly as well as mouse and keyboard. Yeah. But with that said, I do want to look at examples of other games and how they present their controller UI stuff. Just largely because like that would help guide me in figuring out like, this is a way in which I can do that. So here I should probably bring this over here. I got the game UI database up, as I mentioned in a previous live stream. It's such a useful tool and resource. I think that there is a button layouts is probably the best one. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, there's things like this is what I'm looking for. Is like you can see, there's I guess forward and backwards. What is this? Oh, a plague tale, which is okay. Interesting that there's a forward backwards rather than a move. Okay. But yeah, one other thing that I have also seen is breaking up the mouse and keyboard controls with the controller controls, so you don't see them on the same screen. I don't know how I feel about that. And I don't know which one is better. If other people have like preferences out there, I'd love to hear them. I think part of the reason why you would want to do that is that if there are controls that are mouse and keyboard only, or like extremely relevant to mouse and keyboard, because like for a move, you have to break up the movement controls to be like up, down, left, right, kind of thing. That would be one of the reasons why you would want to have these as separate things rather than as one thing. But I don't know. That one is a little bit harder to tell. Menus. Okay, yeah, we have. Okay, this is all just. Wait, this is on console? It says. This doesn't look like console. Okay. Yeah, this looks like PC, but that didn't look like console. Might have been a mislabel here. Like that looks like console. Yeah. Another thing that I can actually do, because I do have support for this, is to have a diagram of all the changes that you've made, so that you can just see like, oh, okay, this is what this button is, this is what this does. I do have support for that, which is nice. I don't know whether or not I would want to have that just be a default thing that I could drag and drop into the thing, but maybe in the future. All right. Let's see. Oh, it's taking a little bit. There we go. Ooh, another crab's treasure. Oh, it's a video. Okay, yeah, this is largely what I'm looking for. I kind of want to have that part be like built into like some of the on-screen controls that you can do, to be like remove or swap or whatever, rather than you having to like select an option there. But Yeah, there's Anthem. Yeah, okay, this only is mouse and keyboard as key binding. That's yeah, like I know that I've seen key binding, and then if you go into that menu, it's just like mouse and keyboard. But then when you go into like controller binds or something like that, or controller map, then it's just joystick controller stuff, which is interesting. Ooh, and then also another thing, there are so many things that that can go on for controller anything. There's like different styles. So like you can switch between like default or like a custom one, and like that's also another thing. Oh, okay. So instead of pressing a button to do a thing, you can just say this button now does this thing. Oh, yeah, that works. Yeah. And then you have to, yeah, man. ARMS had to deal with the fact that you only had Joy-Cons as well, or a single Joy-Con, and it had all these other things. Oh man, there's a lot to trying to consider for all this. But yeah, interesting. I think yeah, it has customized controls, and then when you do that, okay, and then yeah, there are separate menus. I wish it showed the keyboard menu as well. But yeah, this is kind of what I'm looking for. Also, I think there's a reset, but like yeah, you can click on this thing, it shows whatever these buttons are that you're trying to do. Yeah. But then I also want to have it so that you can reassign controllers based off of whatever stuff. And based off of whatever the game is, one of those three projects is OmniGear, where, yeah, based off of the game, it would be really nice to be able to reassign controllers to other things. So that's one of the things that I want to do. But yeah. Okay. I think at this point, I have a pretty good idea. I think yeah, for the most part, you get the side by side thing where it's like yeah, it's either the game like controller stuff and then the mouse and keyboard stuff and things like that. Oh, you can do a little modification action, use a modifier to do a thing. That is also another thing that I want to do. And is a thing that I recently like I learned was way easier. Yeah, way. Okay, yeah, I'll say way easier using Unity's native input system versus Rewired, which is one of the few things that, and I'm shocked by that the native input system does a little bit better in terms of like ease of access to doing is like modifier keys. It's basically say it any button can be a modifier, and you can hold down this button and then do something, and then it'll do an action. Versus Rewired, that is up to you to do. You have to do the like hold down a button and then do a thing kind of stuff. So that's one thing that I want to also try and get inside of the rebinding things. Yeah, this is more or less the stuff that I have seen before, where it's like yeah, here's all the keyboard keys, here's the mouse stuff. Yeah, I have seen that. Okay, so we will do the column format. And then I will also have a section for the controller. So I think essentially it'll look like how it looks here, except better, and use some of the tools that I've already made from the past. Yeah, columns make the most sense. Gotcha. Cool. That makes a lot of sense. All right. So So we got this in here. So I'm going to, instead of completely getting rid of this, I'm going to just say rebind old and just call it old. And then make a new menu here. Whoops, not an image, a new menu. UI menu, bam. And then call this rebind. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'll need the, let me try and figure out what exactly it is that I need. So I will need the player. I'm writing this down elsewhere. I will need the controller. I will need the action categories. And those would be like on foot or in menu or UI or gameplay or whatever, those type of categories. And then I'll need the actions themselves. And then I guess I'll also need the keyboard and /mouse. Ooh, so with keyboard and mouse, we did see an example with Battlefield 5 where it says keyboard here and then it says mouse here. So you can assign, you could theoretically assign sprint to left shift or the fifth mouse button or something like that. Both of those would be assigned. And that's something that I'm also thinking about is like, what about alternative controls? That's something that I'm also thinking like, oh, that is a thing that I want to do in the future. But again, just trying to get it in there first, get it to work. I am also pulling up on my Trello of all of the tools and things that I want to work on. And yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm like, yeah, in the future I want to do calibrating things, all that stuff. Quick invert, that is also another thing that'd be nice. But anyway, okay, so we got keyboard and mouse and then gamepad. Cool. I think with the controller switch thing, I'll also want to have keyboard and mouse as one of those controller things that you can switch between, to be like, oh, this player is on the keyboard and mouse, or this player is on the controller, kind of thing. I might want to have that be a toggle that you can turn on to be like, oh, do you want the keyboard and mouse as a separate player that you can assign? I think that probably makes sense. But for now, let's just try and do some type of menu that looks decent. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to mirror what the modal menu looks like. And a refresher on that. What that looks like is this. So yeah, it's very, very simple, very clean. Something that if I dropped it into a project, I would be able to change the theming to look like halfway decent. But I also I want it so that it is simplified and like abstracted enough where I can make my own prefabs and like replace all this stuff, which is what I normally do whenever I work on these modals and things, because like all these buttons and whatnot, I can switch out and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna use this as the style guide here. Okay, so we're gonna go in here. We're gonna go make an image. And we're now actually going to start working, I guess. Now that I've been, 30 minutes in. Uh, so let's go in and try and get the stuff. It's been a little bit since I've been inside of this. What you called the developer project that I'm in here. Also, I should probably change this to be 16 by 9 because I'm gonna be working on some of this stuff. All right, so I'm doing this, and then I'm gonna do. Actually, let me go grab this again. And we'll just remove completely, or unpack completely, and then just grab this panel. All right. I'm saying rebinding. Rebind, remap. Yeah. This will work fine, I guess, for now. Now the other question is, how do I want to present all this info? I don't need that or the buttons. What I do need is if I did this. And did this. We'll do the player and then the controller stuff first, because I believe that those will be fairly straightforward. Preferred height. Yeah. Yeah, so this will be, I guess, a button. Yeah. All right. We'll do rounded square, because all these things are going to be rounded squares. Was this? Oh, yeah, this is just the part of. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Yeah, okay. That's what that looks like. I need more space. Oh, I'm going to put some space around. Oh, no, can't put space around that because that's on there. Ooh, I don't know if I like the way that I designed this part. Okay, I have an idea. Go here, do this, do all those, enforce it. There we go. Remove this, but yeah. Preferred. There we go. On this. Out. This will have the preferred. There we go. And what that did is allows me to give this a little bit more spacing around this. So I'll just do 10 for now. Make multiple buttons and then say 10, 10. There we go. Yeah. Cool. this there. I like to have my button backgrounds as a separate object rather than attached to the parent object. Yeah. That way I can animate it or do whatever I need to do without having it all tied to the root object. I could just say this thing here. Nope. All right. I'll also make this slightly gray, I guess. And then what is the font? Oh, I don't remember the body font. That's kind of what I want.
What can I say? It's pretty.
Also, what's everybody up to today? If you don't mind me asking. Okay. Oh, I know. I'll just go and grab one of these again. Boom. And then just say what font am I using? Clues by Sam. I don't know what I'm unfamiliar. Yes, that's what I'm using. Okay. No wait. That's the description? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the other problem is that all this stuff is I change out all this stuff anyway, but it is a thing that I gotta remember. Tales of the Shire over here. Oh, nice. I just learned of of Tales of the Shire. How is it? All right, we'll bring this up. Grab one of these. Yeah, it'll say button, but I need this to be for the player. Ooh, so this actually shouldn't be the button. This should be a drop down. Yeah. Ooh, I need to make generic buttons. Is this the opportunity for me to make generic buttons? It has some shortfalls, but overall, still an enjoyable game. Nice. Glad to hear that. This could be an excuse for me to make generic buttons that I can just bring from project to project. Because I have, like I've said, I've been working on various projects recently, and yeah, I've had to recreate multiple buttons and button types multiple times, and it's like the same type of button every single time, and I'm like, oh, if I had some like base to start off with to then change rather than completely making it from scratch every single time, that would be useful. I think I'm gonna do it. So if that is the case, then I will. Let's do it. All right, impromptu button making stream. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna make this button, but I'm gonna grab some stuff that I made for one of the projects into that. So here we go. Drag this into here. Oh, always has to force that open. Cool. I think that. Oh no, it doesn't have this. and it forces it open again. Okay. Oh, and then, ooh, controller. Right. Because this is an outdated version of the controller manager. Let me go and grab a more recent version of the controller manager. I need a better way to make versions of my controller stuff, or like all of my tools. Because yeah, this happens all the time where I'm like, all right, time to drag in the thing. And then I'm like, oh, right, this is an outdated version. All right. I'm gonna go reword. Go grab. I believe this is probably the most up-to-date version of the controller manager. We're gonna go show this in Explorer. Copy. Whoops, I did not copy it. Copy. There we go. Replace it. All right. Now it should be. Oh my goodness. Now there's more stuff. Does not contain. Right. And now you're understanding why it would be nice to have versioning for all this stuff. Okay. Okay. I think I got everything in here. Goodness. Goodness sake. Okay. So. All right. All right. So the thing that I grabbed from here is I grabbed a way for me to allow the controller to like mess with various different like UI buttons and things. One of which being like a selector, so you can select it left and right, or a drop down. Those things are things that you know I've been remaking over and over and over. So let me go in here. Let me go in here and actually make a generic button thing. And hopefully this will go very quickly because I've done this like 3 times within the last month. So, all right, so we got this button here. This button, I'll call it, I'll have a label. And then I'll also make an empty object. This will be more apparent as I fill out all these things. I'll have the label not be the entire thing. But this is going to be the value, I guess is what I'll call it. Yeah, and then it has the button. Cool. Yep. Yeah. Now my question is, what styling do I want to do for a generic button? One, I want to move this in just a smidge. Give it some breathing room. What styling do I want? It should probably use like this color tint rather than me making its own custom oh no, I do need to make its own custom animator because some of these buttons are not going to work without it. So yeah, I'll have to make my own custom animator, but I'll need this. All right, we'll do that. We'll give this a little bit of space between the label and whatnot. Then we'll have the value part change in size. change the anchors, I guess I should clarify. And then I'll have this change the anchors, but this is going to be over this size there. Okay. All right. So now I have a generic button. I'm going to delete that. For now, since I don't really have a good idea for how exactly I'm going to handle this, I'll just put a folder in here, call it UI buttons. Yeah, I guess I'll just call it a button. Drag that down there. There we go. And then I'll duplicate this. And now I'll make a toggle. Basically, I'm going to go through every one of Unity's inputs, except for input field. That one's going to be a little bit more complicated. And I don't, it's not seldom, but like, I don't need that right away for the rebinding system. But we're going to make this and call this toggle. And then I'm going to go click one of these, put an image inside of the value, and do this. That's the problem. I should I'll go in here and change value to be, give it some breathing room on top. 210. Which I'll also mimic here. And then do apply. I don't think that so it did do the thing, but I didn't properly put in the anchors. All right. There we go. Grab this. Ooh, I don't have all of the things. Let me find examples, general, sprites, shapes. There we go. And we'll just do square outline. A rounded square outline. There we go. Yep. Ooh, that's a good question. Well, let's just look at what this might look like. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We'll use a round square outline. So I will copy that and paste that here. Inside of here, drag this in here. So it references this one. Because this is going to be the one that is like brought from place to place. Although this is inside of the notification system. Might want to move that out. I'll figure that out a little bit later. Okay. And then I'll want to change this so it's not as big. I think I need to make it larger. Nope. Smaller. Do 100. I don't think that is referencing. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, that is working, but this what's the canvas? No, that's the things. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, we'll figure something out. All right. respecting this part. So if I was like something ridiculous, there we go. Now it is, which also is kind of the size that I would want that. Well, I guess let's try that one out. So we're gonna say the outline, and then we're gonna go, where is rounded square? Boom, here's the rounded square. Make that smaller. Okay, yeah, I'll just make another folder, call it sprites. Move this in here because that's the only thing. I'll copy this, paste that here. There we go, rounded square 2. Just call it rounded square. Excuse me. Drag this in here. Change this size to something ridiculous. There we go. Yeah, and that's the thing I don't like. I don't like this sharp cut off. That's why I kind of want to, I'll use the outline. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Sorry, rounded square outline. Okay. And then the other thing I got to do real quick is change the, I'll go in here and change the background. And then apply said change. I think, yeah, that's the only thing that actually references that. So cool. All right. Okay, so we're getting a toggle in here. We'll be like something like that, yeah. I guess I could make it just black, and then I think it makes a little bit more sense to make it not completely black. Cool, and then replace this button with the toggle. UI toggle. There we go. And then here's the graphic again. All this stuff, I guess, will change because I'll have to make its own animations and stuff. But I'll deal with that a little bit later, or after I make all the actual buttons. So yeah, and then the graphic is this one. There we go. So when it's off, and it's on. There you go. Cool. To make it very apparent whether or not it's toggled on and off. It might be a little bit chunky. We'll try the 700 in here. Yeah, that feels a little better. No, this probably should be a little. Yeah. Yeah, that feels a little better. So I do want to have it so that this is more dark. Cool. All right, so this is going to be the outline, and then this is the check mark. All right, have these right justified or anchored to the right. Cool. So now if I grab this panel and stretch it and shrink it, it is anchored to the right, which is what I want. All right, cool. So now I got this toggle. We're going to go in and make this a variant. Oh, so I should probably call this prefabs. Prefabs. There's button. And then there's toggle. Prefab variant. There you go. And then I'll go and grab another button. Here's a button, and make this button a slider. I don't necessarily need a slider for the rebind controls. So in the interest of speed and time, I will just do the drop down variant. Yeah, I think that'll probably make the most sense here. So I go in here, change the label to say drop down. Cool. All right, and then go here, add some buttons. So what this will do is this will be a button that you could click, but it won't have or I guess, yeah, it'll be a button you can click, but you don't have to necessarily click it. It'll be more of a representation of like, oh, hey, you can go right and left. I don't have. Ooh, I don't have a rounded triangle, do I? How do I not have one of those? All right, let's go and make a quick rounded triangle. As that boots up, I'll boot it up on my other monitor. Hey. Anyway, as that goes, I will work on grabbing the. Oh no, I want to do a drop down. I'll also grab drop down here. So one thing I'm going to do that's different from every other version that I've done this month is that I'm going to have the drop down. So normally, what I would do is I'd have the drop down only show up, or like have the actual drop down as a child of this drop down button. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just replace this button and say drop down instead. I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll actually see if that works out or not. It would be nice to be able to just be like, anytime that I'm like, I'm trying to reference the drop down, I don't have to dig into the children of this to be able to do that. Anyway, oh, right. I'm making this button here. I'm just gonna, nope, not that. Do this. Cool. Do this. That's literally all I want. Export this. Oh, nope. Hold on. Yeah, it's an outline. There we go. Export. Whatever. Triangle. Rounded. And we'll put this on my desktop. There we go. There it is. Okay, and then I'll go add image, do this. Whoop, don't need a well, I guess we'll set it to the native size so that is the right look, but bring this over here, grab this color. Dope. There. Cool. This, again, I like to have these be separate objects. This is going to be the back around. And have that be a rounded square. All right. I'll adjust this to mirror that there. 1.5, I guess. Have it a little bit bigger. Oh, yeah, that's the problem, is that this is a little... We'll do that. I mean, this panel is a little bit on the small side. Let's make the panel a little wider so that I can base this off of, you know, an average of average length. Yeah, that's feeling a little better. Okay, drag this over here. There we go. This will, so this does not need to, yeah, no, this does not need to have a custom one here. So I'm going to have the normal color be this, then the not normal color be this. Yeah. Cool. Oh, it doesn't, this isn't even in the thing. There you go. Oh wait, before I do that, before I get committed to this, let me go over here and drag that over here and do a reverse there. All right. And then all of these buttons here, I don't want you to be able to navigate to it. Cool. Move this drop down. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. I don't need this arrow. I want to have this be as wide as possible. Change the font here. Let this grow a little bit. There we go. I like that. And this is where some styling could happen, where I could, well, I mean, some styling could happen where I have to actually make a choice on what the style is going to look like. I can have it so that this is very visible, like this is a very visible, like looking kind of thing. Either way, I'm getting rid of that. Or I have it so that it's invisible and it just looks like this, which I think that it would probably make more sense to center that drop down then if we did that. I think I want to center it anyway. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do this. I think that this is probably a better play. All right. I want to make this slightly bigger. Let's do 36. How big is actually the label? 40. All right. So let's see if I can if it makes sense for me to put this thing here. So, one of the things that I did put in is drop down controller here. Ah, yeah, okay. So what this drop down controller does is it will grab the button that it's currently, or like the button you're currently on, and then when you press on the button, it'll open the drop down and then put it inside, put you inside of the drop down. What I'm wondering is if I just have it so that you're on the drop down, does that make it so that you don't need the button? Let's actually see if that works. So I'm going to just make a generic drop down again. We're going to give it a layout thing. Layout element, preferred height, higher than 10. There we go. Sure. And then we're going to click play. Oh, right. I forgot I have that switching to nothing. So I should make that switch to that menu. All right. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Why? And this is the downside of not changing these values, because I cannot tell if this is active or not. Oof, this is so rough. This is so rough. All right. Good enough. Why can I not move? You are an input manager. Yeah, I got an event system. Let's go here. Keyboard. UI. Yeah, UI vertical up and down. Horizontal, vertical, submit. Okay, well, let me do this first. Just so that I can see. Click play. Let's try using an actual controller. Oh, that works. Just doesn't work on keyboard. Weird. Anyway, click thing. Okay. Yeah. Then I don't need that if I just do that, I think. And then I would just be if I'm on there. Okay. Yeah. I'll just not do the sub thing. And so I will replace this button and put in, so I have a custom drop down. And this essentially is the exact same thing as your regular drop down. It just has callbacks to say, hey, this is on or this is off. That's it. Right, do this. And then I guess I can do one of these. Cool. The template is here. The caption text is this one. And then the item text, right? That's the other thing I need. Item text, if I go drill all the way down, there's the item text. It's right. Oh, it's right here. Oh. And then I want to get rid of this. Change this to say, well, I guess I'll say option A, B, and C. Now if I click play, click it. Okay, it does appear there. Good. Okay. And then I click this, nothing works, but actually I can fix that now because it is a custom drop down. Hold on, there we go. Drag this on here, custom drop down, select next and previous. So this is previous. Custom drop down, select previous. I click play. And then I click this. There you go. Now I'm selecting the next and the previous. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, you get the best of both worlds where you can be like, oh, I want to go through these one at a time. Or I can click this and then you can click on the thing. I need to change the styling on that so that it looks decent. And then the other thing that I need to do is actually, I think I can just do this real quick. Is do drop down controller. Bam. So I think if I just add that on there, right. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So now I'm using the controller here. I don't know why I'm putting this up against the mic. I'm using the controller here, and as you can see, me moving it is actually moving the drop down, the left and right stuff. So I can just go through, cycle through one at a time, or I can press A, go in, and be like, yeah, I want that. Yeah. Dope. Okay. So I've done that. All right. Now I need to make that look semi decent. And now you're gonna hear me complain about drop downs in Unity. I do not like using templates as the way in which you interface with stuff because it is rather annoying to do that. I don't like having all this stuff just like in here and things like that. I'd rather just have a distinct prefab that I'm working with rather than a template baked into the object, because you also don't know like that there's nothing like tying these things together other than you have to just know that this thing is tied to this stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it. But regardless, we're gonna go in here and we're gonna make stuff work. So I make this a little bit bigger. I'll change this check mark to be that arrow. That arrow. Where's that arrow? The arrow? Oh, I put it in there. I need to move this. Not move it, I guess. Just add an arrow here. Cool. Go here. I also need to label all these things. I don't know why I'm like rushing. But I guess I'll do that after. All right. Go here. Change this to say boom. It's an arrow. Make this arrow the color of this. Cool. I'll do this. Do a little bit of this. Well, first let's make this look a little better. And how do I want to do that? I will change. That's why. I'll change this background. We'll do this. And then put it there, I believe. Okay. I had to remember what is what. All right. Call this background. And then get rid of this. Cool. Don't need that either. Oh, the other thing I need is to like scroll to like if there are multiple, or if the list is too long on a controller, you can't see the stuff below it. I'll add that in after I get more of the stuff in. All right, so we got this item. We're gonna make the label a little bit smaller. Move this over. Make this check mark over here and bigger. Make the label bigger. We'll do, yeah, 26. 20, I'll do 24. 26. Oh, there we go. That was weird. I could not click on, on anything. Okay. Which reminds me, I'm going to save. That's a good point. Every time that happens, it's always like oh, right. You know, I should probably save, huh? Okay. So we got this in here. We're going to go grab, oh geez. We're going to go grab one of these and drag it over. I just want to have some room. Yeah, we'll have some room over here. Emoji spam goes, yeah. Ben Burns is remember to save is often a thing I remember whenever I'm like, I should save. And I'm like, remember to save. All right. Okay, so we got this going on. I need to change the font here. Use regular here. Yep. Dope. And then the last thing is I want to change the item color, or in like the background. Okay, so we got the background. Oh. I need to change. I want to change the mask because this is not the correct mask. Use this mask. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that is now the correct mask. All right. So I got that going. I go in here. I go grab one of these. I grab one of these. I grab. I'm trying to think of what exactly. Let's do like nothing and then do something. Then show things. But by default, it is that. Okay. So now if I close the template, go and click play. Well, let's save this and then click play. Whoop, that's not what I meant. But anyway, there we go. Now you can see that stuff sort of working. The last thing is that for some reason it's not the right size. Okay. Okay. And this is part of the reason why I'm like, templates. All right. So we got the item. I think I need, well, also, yeah, I need to do the whole scroll rec stuff. So let me go grab one more utility script that I made, which is scroll to selection. I'll just put it inside of the base tools. Oh, what happened? Oh, I didn't. Oh no, my mouse is low. Why did it not add the thing? Oh, what? Oh, I'm dragging in the meta file. I got it. Okay. Oh, and then of course automatically gotta force that. Okay. I love how this has become a let's make UI buttons to thing. I might just work on even the slider and like make all the UI buttons just because it would make sense for me to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I might just do that. Okay, we're pivoting. We're pivoting to doing some UI buttons to help make this rebind thing. This is gonna be multiple streams, isn't it? I mean, I already knew it was gonna be multiple streams, but this is gonna be multiple streams. All right. All right. Let's go here. So what this scroll to selection thing does is whatever is highlighted. Yeah, definitely uncovered another project. Whenever I highlight one of these things here, I gotta go and turn this off, save this, and press play. All right, so I click on this. Now, whenever oh no, that was interesting. Oh no, what's going on there? Okay, I have an idea. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go here. I'm gonna make a new panel, or not a panel, scroll view. Oh, it's an amazing scroll view. I'm gonna go and say, hey, here, make a new button. Button, there we go. And then make a bunch of buttons. Do one of these properties. That. And then I'm just gonna, oh, and I guess I gotta make the content actually fit the buttons. Preferred size. There we go. Yeah, and as you can see, it changed the size. Now, if I go and drag in this here, I click play. I cannot. Oh, right. Only that. But yeah, now, yeah, you can see it works. It uses the same really hard to tell whether or not you're highlighting something, but it is highlighting things, and yeah, it's scrolling to the selection. This is not scrolling to a selection. So I don't know what's going on there. I am going to force that to work. So yeah, we're gonna, and this again, this is why I don't like these templates. But I'm gonna force it. I'm gonna basically just say that this is now the size of the content. Layout, do the content fitter thing, preferred size, do that, have the image layout, have this be a preferred size, or a preferred height rather, and I'll put that there. And then I'll do layout this. Oh boy. Oh, no, no. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Don't do the height, but let the thing control the height. It's really annoying. I gotta do this, but hey, it is what it is. We go click that, and then I'm gonna save and play. All right, there we go. Now you can see it. That's the correct size. Cool. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make a bunch of test values. So I'll go in here and just say, hey, add some more, please. I guess I should probably make them different. C, D, E, F, and G. Whoa, what? G. No, that's F. No, my goodness. All right. Okay, so all that stuff shows up. There we go. All this is there. And as I scroll through, that is one weird quirk of specifically drop downs. This is not a problem with like that if I didn't delete the scroll view. This is not a problem with the scroll view. It is specifically drop downs. It is selecting these drop downs as I am highlighting them. I don't know why that is the case, but that is the case. It's weird. It is weird. But anyway, so yeah, so now I got this thing where you can, it shows you what you are selecting and whatnot. I need to change this to match the style. So let's go and do that. And this honestly is probably the most terrifying thing about scroll bars. This is scroll view thing, not a drop down thing. Is that you can just completely bork this if you if you undo a certain thing, like you make an adjustment, it can bork it, or if you use alt. So like you can like drag and drop or like drag this around, but if you click alt, it'll drag the other side. If you do that with one of these scroll bars in a certain way, it can totally just like screw it up. You get nan values and like you can't recover it. And it is rather annoying. We're not gonna have a background on this. We are going to change the handle to be a sprite. Oh, I am inside of the notifications, not inside of the UI buttons. There we go. Drag this to be this. And I want to make this the color of that. Did I? No. I want to make this the color of that. There we go. And change the width of this handles. So changing the width of the handle is fine. Yeah. Cool. And then have this area not be weird looking. Making this looking like that. Yeah. That's feeling all right to me. Okay, so now if I go and click this template, save it, play. All right, click this. There's the thing. Yeah, that works. Now I'm wondering whether or not I want to have it so that it doesn't go the full length of the thing, or it does. And I'm like, I feel like if I don't have it go the full length of the thing, then I should make it a little bit more intentional. And yeah, I can definitely tell that that is acting a little bit strange. So I will look to make it the full length. I believe if I go look at, oh man, I've lost the plot. There we go. I've lost the plot. Okay. Not the scroll bar, but the scroll rect. I think I can make it so that it does not expand the viewport. Right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll do it inside of here. Because why not? Do that. And then say play. Okay. We're almost there. Almost there. Hold up. That means I can move this, over here. Okay. And then if I click save, or no, like stop this, save, play. All right. Let's see. Click this. There we go. Yeah. All right. I probably will want to make this a little bit bigger if that is the case then. So I'll do this. And this, again, it can get a little bit scary. We're going to do something like that. We're going to make this a little bit more rounded. Okay. Yeah, that's looking all right. And then if I move the scroll bar away from that side, I think we should be good. Yeah. I think we should be good. Okay. And then the template is in the right spot. I'm just double checking, making sure everything is looking all right. Okay, turn that off. Click save, play. All right. Now this is a easier target to click, and you can go in and change all this stuff. Yeah, I don't understand why it does it. And it's only drop downs that it does that. It's so weird. But yeah, and then you can click on this and you can switch between things. Cool. And if I was using my controller, if I was using my controller, I can, go in here and be like, I'm changing these things. Cool. And I can press A, I can cancel. Cool. I can just change it regardless. Dope. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, there's that. I might want to adjust I definitely want to adjust how things look just in general, but all right. Okay. So we'll, just for ease of convenience here, I'll change the color to be darker, just to tell whether or not I'm highlighting a thing or not. All of this stuff will actually change in terms of what I'm actually going to be doing here. But now we do this. And now if I hover over stuff, it'll be more apparent that I'm hovering over it. Cool. Toggle works. Drop down works. button works. It's a button. That one's the one that is the most obvious. And okay, so I have this. I drag this in. There we go. Prefab variant. Put that as the prefab variant. Change this to be just a drop down. And then, yeah, I guess since I said it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna just do all the variants. Let's do the slider next. So what I normally do for the slider, well, one, I gotta drag in a new button. And as you might have seen with some of these things, I should probably just paste that one there. As you might have seen for some of these value things, is like I added this, this value game object. And the reason why I did that is because now all of these things, like any of these like toggles and drop downs, they will respect what this value thing is. So if I was like, oh, I want all these to be a little bit smaller or something like that, then I can apply that to the button, and then it applies it to everything else. Oh, I have not done the anchors on my drop down. Let me go and do that. Oh, and I didn't rename these. Oof. So let's say previous, and let's say next. Give this an anchor here, give this an anchor here, and then do a little bit of all over thing. Yep. Cool. And that's, okay. So now that I've done that, let me apply those changes and click play, or not play, click value here. So yeah, now if I say that, now it changes it, and everything is respecting that width and whatnot. So yeah, that's more or less what the reason why I did that. Overt. Cool. So now that I have that going on, now I'm gonna go and do the slider thing. And I guess since this is gonna be a generic slider, one of the things that I have done is have it so that there is a label next to the slider, so you can see what the value is of that slider. I think one, I'm gonna do that, but two, I want to have it so that you can click that label and then just type in a value. And I think that would work for this. It wouldn't work for a controller unless you click the button on the slider and then, I don't know how that would work. I don't know how that one would work, but I do want to, do I want to do that? I don't know. Yeah, being able to type in a value for the slider does sound like it makes sense. Well, first, let's just get the slider in. All right, well, we got the slider in. Cool. I'm going to just make it look like this. Yeah, because if this is the slider, then okay. Well, one, let's change this label to say slider. Sorry, I'm trying to think of how exactly I want to tackle this. Yeah, we'll just do slider, make this real thick. I think I also want to do the same thing that I did with the drop down, where I move the slider instead of having it here, I have it here. So I'm going to get rid of this button, and then I'm going to add a slider, UI slider. I've never made a slider on its own before, so we're gonna see how this goes. So this will have this as the graphic. Change this to be that. And then have the actual fill rect, the fill and the handle. That's, yeah. So I need this to be the fill and the handle. All right. And when I look at this, well, this should be slider. There you go. So when I look at this, basically I'm going to just try and replicate this. Yeah, I think that's right. I get rid of this slider, and then I drag this around, and yeah, it's working. Cool. Let's make it so that it doesn't look ugly. I like to do 0.5 whenever I'm editing one of these. Okay, so get rid of this. Let's not get rid of the background here. I'm going to just change it so that it's this color here, or this color, this shape here. I will grab one of the, how do I want to do this part? Yeah. Like that. Yeah, okay, we'll do this. I'm gonna have it so that it's the full width of this for right now, since I don't have any text. So yeah, we have this, we have that, cool. We're gonna change the fill to use the same rounded square here, and then change the color of the fill to be like a not quite white. Yeah. Kind of thing, yeah. And then we'll have the handle also change to be a rounded square. And that one, how do I want that one to look? I could do this. All interactable things are this color. I should have the background not be that color. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Not sure if I like that. I mean, I could have it a color. that also could work. But I guess I'm trying to have this be of neutral color. Yeah, but then how can you tell which is... Yeah, that's not immediately apparent. That one is more apparent, like, oh, this is being filled in versus that. Okay, and then I changed the background to... Yeah, and then there's the issue is that I have picked a dark color for the handle. Whale. Also, I need to change the color of these things anyway because they're not even the same colors. All right. I have multiple things that I gotta deal with. Let's go grab the color of this toggle. Make this color the same color. I click apply. Now they all have that color. The drop down is now the only thing that doesn't have that color. Like that. Click apply. Apply. Now I don't, yeah, see, and this is where now I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't like this color. Okay. At least, hey, we're learning. Maybe this is like a moment of being like, oh, well, if I did that, then that feels a little bit better. But that also is kind of beside the point. Because I could do the same thing here. I would be like, yeah, look. And then here's the slider. You can't tell the difference between the two. I need to be able to tell the difference between the two. So we're gonna change the fill to be lighter. I could use that theme system that I made and make it so that all of this stuff has the same theming, but I'm not gonna do that. I could do that. I like having all of these have the same thing because now it looks like I'm filling it in from the other side. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, so that's the problem. I have established that this color is the color of interaction. And because of that, oh, I should have probably done the fill here. It makes it so that it's really hard to tell whether or not you are filling up the right thing or not. Yeah, so if I do that, that works. But this is a problem where, yeah, now you can't see it, which I guess is fine because I need to change how this looks anyway. And this just is motivating me to change how this looks anyway. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Yeah, which means I gotta do that for everything. One of the bads or the downsides of having the drop down and slider and toggle at the top, replacing what the button is for the button is that I can no longer do like a mass, oh, let's change these colors kind of thing. Okay, go to toggle, change this. Go to button, change this. Okay. Okay, and then I click apply, and apply. Oh, don't apply yet because I haven't made the slider yet. Okay, so now if I click play, yeah, that does feel a little bit better. This needs to change. I need to change these background color things. But yeah, this is feeling better. Cool. Yeah, this is so weird. I really don't like that. I'll have to look into why that happens on just drop downs. Okay, cool. So I have a slider. Let's go. One other thing to do that I can do is, so in here you might have saw that I have a slider version of that drop down. So now I have this slider thing, and I can change the increment amount. So I'm gonna have it so that the default is 100, and it goes to 50, and it can only use whole numbers, and you go up by 10 every time that you use the controller. So I click play. My controller is off. Okay, so yeah, now I'm moving around. Cool, and now I'm moving this with the controller. So again, I don't know why I put this up to the the thing, but yeah, I'm moving this around, and yeah, there you go. You can see that I am moving the slider. Oh, I'm moving the slider actually like multiple times. I would rather not be able to control the slider using the slider tools, because it's not that great. That's a downside of having that. I wonder if there's a way to suppress that. Because yeah, it is definitely moving like that. So if I got rid of this, whoops, if I stopped that from happening, yeah, like it's moving up one at a time. If I did whole numbers, if I didn't do whole numbers, oh, if I didn't do whole numbers, it does the full. That's interesting. That's weird. Yeah, but I want more control over that than yeah. I mean, I guess I could make a custom slider that just allows you to change the increment amount and does this whole rewired thing without it. But I want to have those things as separate components, because if I am putting it inside of a project that does not use rewired, like Turtles that did not use rewired, I don't want to have it so it's tied to that stuff. Huh. Interesting. Well, for now, I'll just I'll have it on here, but I'll have it unenabled, which is called disabled. But yeah, that's an interesting conundrum. Oh well, we'll see how that goes. I want to maybe make this a little bit lighter. Yeah, just to have a little bit more contrast between those two. But this also is going to lead to highlight problems, which I'll solve at some point. Okay, so I have a slider, but I want to also have a value associated with the slider. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make this be variable width. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to click or add a text thing. Have this on here. Change the color. Cool, now I can't see it. Awesome. Move this over here. It'll be, I don't know, 100. And then change the slider over here. Right? Yeah. So essentially, yeah, it would be like this. Cool. I want to center this. Yeah. Right. Now, what I can do and what I do have is this. Oh my goodness, every time. This script where I can drag this onto, well, I guess anywhere. But I'll drag this onto here and be like, well, I want this slider to affect this here. And now that's going to update. As I drag this, it updates that, which is awesome. I want this to be right justified as well, which is awesome. But I'm wondering, do I also want to have the input field, like have an input field? Yeah, because like, yeah, I can just be like, yeah, here it is, which is cool. I can also be like, I want this to be a percentage. Ooh, that doesn't look all that good. And that's where I'm like, what do I do there? But at any rate, this is working. Maybe I should just get to the is working and think about like input fields a little later. Yeah, I might want to. I think I'll wait on the input field stuff. Yeah, or not. Of course. Of course, I'm sitting over here being like, well, I could actually. Also, I think I might want to change the label width to be medium instead of. There you go. Instead of like have it so that there's a little bit of contrast between this and that. Have some type of hierarchy. Although everything looks so gray right now. And I'm gonna change that. Because it's just too gray. We're just gonna. I don't know. We'll make it red. We'll make it red. There. Okay, some color. I guess, yeah. What is the downside of doing the input field? The downside is I have to figure out how exactly I allow for that to work and also have variable width. That is also one thing. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. Value. I mean, yeah, this would be the value. Here, I have an idea. Go here and change the value, call it content. Save. Everything else has got sweet. And then this is value. Yeah. We're gonna drag that here, have the slider be the same width. I don't know about the height. Okay, we go in here. Move this around. Yeah, you see, yeah. It's doing its thing. Is reacting to dynamically and whatnot, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Let's make the slider a variant. I'm gonna hold off on the adding the input field to the slider, but I don't know if I should hold off on doing the input field now, because I think that it would probably make a lot of sense if I did. Just to have it in here. So yeah, we got this going on. If I dragged in one last thing, yeah, again, largely I'm just looking at all of these here and being like, let's just make a default variant of this. And then like, yeah, an input field would be one of those default variants. I'll do it. I have not done this one before, so this is going to be interesting. Input field. Input field. But yeah, this is going to be interesting, especially when it comes to the controller support. Because part of the reason why I haven't done this is because there's speaking of uncovering one project from another, is allowing you to have it so that it opens up like some type of text input stuff while you're using a controller. That is one of those things where I'm like, there's a can of worms there and I don't want to open it, but we're opening it at any rate. Okay, so now we got this. Whoops. I don't want this to be so. Oh wait, no. This is the thing that is going to be changing here. So I'm going to again do the same thing. Oh yeah, all the can of worms. But what I'm basically gonna do is just say, hey, I'll deal with that later. So not the text UI. It should, yeah, input field. Cool. I've also never made an input field from, I guess, scratch without just saying make an input field, and then I just edit it. So let's go see what things I need to change. So we got the text area here. Then we got the text here, which is right there. Then we got the font asset. That should not be that. It should be regular. Bam. Cool. Then we have, we'll leave all that. Placeholder should be there. Placeholder is here. It would be nice to have a vertical scroll bar if needed, but that is also beyond the scope of what this is. So, okay. So I think that that's everything. I drag this in here. I grab this. Oops. Grab that and do that. Cool. And then I get rid of this. All right. I think that should work. I'm going to, before I do anything else, before I change anything, I'm just going to try and type in it. This is a test. Cool. And it worked. All right. Yeah. I mean, it should have worked because it's basically the exact same thing, but yeah. So yeah, that's working. That's weird that it's not actually updating the placeholder text. But I mean, I guess I can just update the placeholder text font. All right, so we're grabbing this. We are saying you're gonna be there, and you're gonna be of this size. Yeah. Okay. And then let's change the background. Text area. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, no, yeah, here's the background. Ooh. I don't like having this here. I'm gonna get rid of it. We're gonna just do this. There. And I'm gonna get rid of this. And I'm gonna go like this. Say background. And the whole thing. Make it a rounded square. I'm gonna just change the color so I can see it. Yep. Okay. Well, actually, I do need to change the color so I can actually do things. There we go. Dope. Okay. It's looking all right. I do want to move that over, I think. This is a test. Cool. Yeah, I think I do want to move that over. And yeah, this is, again, showing the problems of having the same light color. Or basically, I only have 3 shades. And they're all somewhere in the middle of gray to black. Okay. Oh, I need to change that so I can actually scroll in it. Let me go to the drop down. Nope, it's the template. Change the sensitivity to 30 and apply. And click play. There, do that. Now I can scroll. Okay, that feels a little bit better. Sorry, I need to get better at putting the mic in front of my face. Yeah, that's feeling a little better. I'm not the biggest fan of the lack of contrast here and here, but all this stuff is working, and this is all really generic, which is nice. It's really generic, but it looks decent. So, test. I think I might just leave the input field here, rather than try and do other stuff, like more advanced things, largely because I haven't really thought about it, and that's, again, not the point. Ooh. It just highlights it. Oh. And now because now I can't move. Dang. Well, that's a problem. On focus, select all. What if I didn't focus it? Yeah, no, that's not. Hide soft keyboard. What? That might be what you call mobile? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, well, that's a problem. That I didn't think about. And I might need to rethink that. Okay, I am okay. I am again getting a little bit ahead of myself. I don't need to get that to working. I'll add it in here because it does work as an input field, but I think I'm gonna have to go back and revisit this in the future because yeah, just highlighting the thing just stops all progress, which is a problem. So I'll have to look into that. But okay, we got all these things. You can see all these buttons. Cool. This is now going to be useful for what the original intent of the stream was, which is rebinding, which I think I can probably get choosing the player and then choosing a controller in before I call this. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I am actually gonna head to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Okay, there we go. Look at that. I remember how to do it. All right. Hey, I did it again. I was able to figure it out. So yeah, we're back. So yeah, basically a recap of what we've done so far, which is get sidetracked and work on another project in the middle of a project, which is get all these buttons in. And these are just generic buttons that I can now use and stuff. The one thing that I was thinking about as I was stretching my legs was there's not really a reason as to why everything has to be gray. Like my initial reasoning was like, oh yeah, I want to have everything, be generic enough so that you can put it inside of whatever. But like, you could just like, the point is that I can just drop it into a project without it, like, and it just looks good. You know, I can use it as is if I need to. Also, I'm gonna change it if I need to. So like, why am I limiting myself to just 3 shades of gray? I should color would be really useful. Anyway, I'll deal with that again. I'll deal with that later. It's not a thing that I need to deal with right now. But yeah, so I have this in here, and what essentially I'm going to be doing now, well, attempting to do, is try and have it. Oh, my color scheme. It matches my color scheme. Yeah. Well, see, the thing about my office is that like I could change the background colors and whatnot. It's actually like a dark, like steel blue kind of thing. Like I would prefer all these colors to be like, yeah, steel blue than anything else. Yeah, I don't know why I'm putting this weird limitation on these buttons. No sense. No sense. Hey, you know, I guess you live and learn. But yeah, I'm now going to use these very monochrome buttons that I made and use them for the Rebind menu. I'm gonna do the player selection and the controller selection because those are 2 fairly straightforward things that I can do that is kind of outside of the rebinding system. And then we'll see how the rebinding system might actually work out. If I get to that point where I'm like, I'll actually try and put in some rebinding things. So yeah, so let's do that. Let's try and put in the player stuff. So the reason why I did that is I need this drop down here, the drop down button. So let's switch over and get this drop down button in. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit of sound adjustment so it's a little bit more subdued in my ears. Okay, so here we go. So we got this. Right, we're doing this. We're doing all this stuff. All these things exist. I don't need a save. Cool. So I can get rid of these and then drag in a drop down. So it's just those 2. This is going to be player. And this is going to be controller. Cool. And part of the reason why I wanted to make all of these things like not a weird bespoke script that like I'm using is because I want to be able to just use Unity's basic UI features. So I can just use a drop down. Even though this is a custom drop down here, this is just extending from drop down stuff. So this should just work with all drop down things. All of Unity's default drop downs, which is nice. So, all right, we're gonna go in here. Feel like we're making progress by changing the label. Wow, I'm really doing work. Controller. You know, let's just say controller here. Yes, there we go. Dope. And then we go in. And essentially, I think I'm gonna just go in and change the have a thing that shows the option of which player you are selecting. If I go and look at my old Rebind code, okay, so my old Rebind code did not manage the player or the controller. Well, I guess I don't know if I was attempting to do that or not. Okay, so yeah, I was not dealing with the player yet. Okay, good to know. Right, and then I was just making I was just hard coding it because I was partway through making this, but then I never finished it. Okay. So, how do I want to deal with this? That is a good question. I don't know how I want to deal with this. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I want to deal with this. Okay. All right. So I think I am going to have the I'll have this Rebind manager still, and have it so that you can list all the players inside of the thing. Do I want to have that inside of one script, or do I want to have that inside of multiple things? And then, well, yeah, either one. Yeah, I think I'll do it inside of this Rebind manager thing. So I'm gonna hijack. I'm gonna hijack this and get rid of all this stuff. Yeah, see, this is. I'm understanding what's going on here. I'm gonna just say no to all this. Yeah. I'll also, okay. So I will make it so that these things are bespoke. Well, not bespoke. These things are their own scripts for each individual player here. And then I can just refer to the Rebind manager when I am updating this. Like when I update which player is highlighted or whatever, it will then be like, hey, Rebind manager, you are now looking at player 1 or player 2 or player whoever. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, no more notification system thing here. No more UI buttons. Don't need any of that. I just need this here. Rebind. So Rebind manager. Instead, I'll just say Rebind. Oh boy, Rebind player UI. All right. I might need to make bespoke again. Why do I keep saying bespoke? Might need to make I might need to make like a different structure for this, but we're just gonna make it work. Drop down. I think I need the Text Mesh Pro TMP drop down. Yeah. I like to say current drop down. I don't need to make this public. Private. Void awake. Current equals get component. TMP drop down. There we go. All right. So essentially what I'm about to do what I'm about to do is I'm gonna just do this. Yep. And then then I'll have access to that. And then what I will do from there is I need to get all of the players. Re-input. Players, all players. I think that's a good question. I need to get all the players. Each player has a descriptive name, right? Yeah, system player 1. Yeah. Okay. I get all of the players. I get so the thing that I'm debating right now is, do I want to have it so that I grab all the players, including the system player, or not? And I'm debating if I want to have that functionality on the UI itself or on the Rebind. I think I want to have it on the Rebind manager and just have a toggle of like include system player. So then when the rewire or when this, like this doesn't even necessarily have to refer to re-input at that point. Well, I guess it would still refer to rewired so that I can understand what a player is. But yeah, I don't necessarily need that. I can just look at the Rebind manager, see how many players are there, and then based off of that, update. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So public bool include system player equals, I'm going to say false by default because normally the system player is a thing that I'm just using as a vehicle to be able to control menus and whatnot before you're assigned to things. So yeah, I don't necessarily want that. Static public list players. Yeah, I guess players equals new. Oh, nope. Equals new. I like to make a default one, void awake. Players. Clear. Players. Nope. Some player. Players dot add. Re-input dot. Oh, I guess add range. Add range dot re input dot players dot all players. Else players dot add range re-input players dot players excluding the system player. There we go. Okay, I do that. And now for it would be easier if I looked at something that I've already made. Go here, go here, go here. Actually, not this. Let's look at the frame limit. Yes, this here. Yeah, so I'll just go grab this and then just paste that. Instead, I will say rebind manager dot players dot go. Honestly, you might want to just make a list of players rather than nah, I'll just rebind manager players dot count. Whoops, dot count. Then rebind manager players I not to string. Give me the name. Yeah. Descriptive name. Save. So there is this. All right. Now I think that it should just work. Although it's on an awake, it might run into, yeah, that was the thing. I was like, ooh, I don't know. Also, I don't have the rebind thing on here. So let me go put the rebind manager on here. Include system player, no. Clear. That's my problem. I did not clear the drop down. I made a list of drop downs and I didn't actually add the drop down on there. Current drop down, clear options. Current drop down that add options, limit options, I guess. But I'll rename this to player options. What's wrong with this? Can't convert. Why? What? Yeah, options and options. Oh, do I do options? What? Not contain a definition for add option. Okay, hold on. Add options. Oh, it's looking for a list and I'm giving it an array. Okay, what if I did a list instead? Weird. New. Add. Oops. There. Okay. Okay. We'll try that. All right. It is that because this is a different. No. I don't know why. I don't know why that is the case. I'm trying to figure out why that is the case. Oh well. Okay. Now we click play, and now there should be something that happens. There we go. There's player one, and there's only player one because that's it. If I do include the system player, there's system. There we go. And I can change between the system or the player one. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into manager in all the scenes. Like there's not one that's being carried over. So I could just go in here and be like, yeah, now I have player two. Player two. Player two. Player three. And player four. Cool. Okay. So yeah. So now I have whatever this player is. The other thing that I want to do, and I need to think about, is allowing multiple rebindings happening at once. So like having player two start a rebind, but then also player one is like, oh, I want to rebind. The reason for that is because in Omni Gear, you're going to be able to you can access the rebind controls while you are like customizing your mech. So you're being able to have it so that you can, or I can have it so that you can just like say, I need to rebind my, shoot button, or something like, or my jump button. And having that work while something else is going on is also one of the things that I need to figure out and make sure can work. I believe it can, based off of all the things that I remember of trying to get rebinding stuff to work. But yeah, the issue that I am currently doing right now is that this is an example of a single player one, and I need to make it so that it's not just an example of a single player one. But that could be something that I can do again later. Gotta just get it in there. All right, let me just say options there. All right, so we got this going on. We got that going on. I just put in all these players. If I click play, I should click save so I can save the scene. you know. All right, here's the players, and then yeah, you can see all the players. I unchecked include system player, which is good. There you go. So yeah, now you can choose a player. Cool. Yeah, I want. So that means that I need to make it so that I'm not referencing static functions to just like automatically assume that whatever is going on is happening, or whatever is like, if I'm like, oh, I need a rebind, I can't just assume that I know what player is trying to rebind. Yeah. Now I'm just trying to figure out what is the best way to do that. How do I make it so that it doesn't look like, not look, but it doesn't necessarily need to focus in on that. Yeah, I don't know. Something to think about. But once again, I'm going to just worry about these things in front of me right now. Okay, so I got the player. Now I need to get the controller. So I need to get a list of all of the available controllers? Question mark? Yeah, I need to get a list of all the available controllers plus the keyboard and mouse. So let's make a controller UI. Rebind controller UI. And then go in, grab private, EMP, drop down, concurrent, drop down, wide awake. Yeah, this is where I'm like, ooh, this could be, but I don't actually think that makes a lot of sense to make it something more modular like that. Drop down, TMP, drop down. Cool. Now I got the current thing. So I need to get so yeah, this doesn't need to interact with the rebind manager thing. I'd start this. I don't think that it needs to do that. The reason why I don't think it needs to do that is because what? Yeah, actually, it should not do that. It should only be interfacing with the re-input to be like, oh, is this thing connecting to a controller or not? Or not connecting to a controller. Is a controller connecting? If so, add it to the list of things. I should not be looking at Rebind to do that. Because I should just be looking at specifically the stuff. Yeah, I think I should just look at specifically the things that are without. Yeah. Okay. So actually, let's explore some of the options I got. Re-input controllers. Controller out. Ooh, Although that is a good point. But do I want all the controllers? Because I don't want the mouse. I just want. Yeah, what really? Okay, here's the plan. Here's the plan. We're gonna do some tests. We're gonna say re-input controllers, controller count, and then re-input controllers I dot name, and then I'll just get the name, put it on there, and what should exist is, all the controllers. I'm gonna grab multiple Xbox controllers. I have multiple PlayStation controllers already plugged in, and then Xbox controllers as well, just so that I can test this. It would be useful if you put that script on the actual thing every time. Okay, let's do this. Okay. And then it would also be useful if you actually add that. Oh, like every time, controller options. There we go. Okay. Keyboard, mouse. Yep, I knew it. Next input. Okay. Okay. And this is when, well, one, I kind of want to have this be taller, but this is when I am realizing I'm realizing that I need to know what player has. Well, okay, I can tell what player has what thing. I can't tell easily if a player. Well, yeah, I guess I can tell if a player has the keyboard and mouse, because you can just see. You can ask Rewired, "Hey, yeah, does this player have the keyboard and mouse?" Yeah. Okay, well, let's do two things. One is go here, grab this new drop down, and I'm just gonna edit this drop down so that it's a larger drop down. I believe that should work. Because it did feel a little bit constrained. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So okay. So I did that. The second thing is I want to have it so that I can say, hey, you like merge the keyboard and mouse together rather than having them as two separate things. Like if this was Hyperdot, then that would work. That would make sense. You can have a mouse player and a keyboard player. Yeah, like you can do that, but this isn't. I want to have it so that is an option that I can do, which means I do need to refer to I need to refer to the Rebind manager. Yeah. Okay, I'll add public. Cool. Well, yeah. If I refer to the Rebind manager, the thing that I would have to do is just, oh yeah, then I would have to. I think it makes more sense for me to look at or have this deal with all this stuff. Okay, I think I have now figured out what exactly I want to do. Basically, what I'm going to do is have it so that the Rebind manager is the one that is managing all this stuff. It'll check to see, oh, this is supposed to, you want to merge the keyboard and the mouse, or you want to merge whatever. Um, uh, and it'll do all that. It will check to see, or the um, what you call the controller connected, disconnected events. When those things happen, it'll be like, okay, so that has happened. All right, now refresh. Yeah, just do a refresh, and then all of these Rebind like player UI and things, those things will can like hook into the Rebind manager to be like, oh, I see that you've refreshed, and then it'll just refresh all the controls. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so separate mouse and keyboard equals false. I love me my bespoke stuff. Static public list controller controllers equals new list of controllers. Cool. Re-input dot on controller connected plus equals re-input dot controller disconnected plus equals actually I do want to get a pre-disconnect. Re-input controller pre-disconnect, because I think I'm going to need that if your controller that you have assigned to player 2 disconnects and you're on that screen. I need to reflect that and say that you have, it is either disconnected and I give you a warning icon like, hey, this is disconnected, or I give you a none. One of those things will probably happen, but that's a thing that I will deal with in the future. You're starting to see a trend. Cool. And then I'll make a static. Oh, static public uni event. On controller refresh equals new. There we go. On controller refresh invoke. On controller refresh invoke. Cool. Yeah, I'll do this. Yeah, and then what I need to do is have something have something that I can look at. Ooh, sorry. Let me drink some water. I can have something that I can look at for a player. So I could be like, oh yeah, this controller needs to look at a specific player to see what is assigned to that player. So yeah, yeah. Rebind manager. I want to have just overarching, like, yeah, these things are fine because, excuse me, because these are global things. It's when I get specific stuff, that's when I need it to not be that. Also, I need to put these new UI things inside of that. Rebind stuff rather, so it doesn't have to use that. But yeah, I don't know. Still thinking. But let's do refresh. Void refresh list. All right. Okay. All right. We got a keyboard. We got a mouse. Oh, right. I need this to be separate. So I need to go into the Rebind manager. We got controllers. Actually, so let me just go grab the. Oh no, I guess I can do this in here. Controllers. Yeah, controllers that remove. No, add object. Controller. Controllers that add. Remove object controller. If controllers, let's be a little bit safe. If controller contains. Okay, and then controllers that add range. Input that controllers and controller if is false. Where is that? And remove input controllers mouse. Okay. And then from here, I grab, instead of looking at re-input, I look at bind measure. Oh. Yeah, there. All right. Okay, there's keyboard. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is all working. What I want to do is, okay, I have my dual sense here, and I'll disconnect it. It does not. Oh, I have to. No, wait, no. Okay, well, now there are two of those, which not great. let's just try and remove it just to see. I wonder what is going on. Well, I know what got removed. We have the information there. Yeah, okay. Well, me doing that. Okay. Let's try this going here. Is there a is there like a current options refresh? No, on submit, select, show, fine. Here, find selectable. Oh, there's an is expanded. But I need the on show. Yeah, no. We'll try this, I guess. Like playing. All right. Oh. I was like, what happened to the other ones? They got, yeah. All right, I'm adding a Xbox controller. Did not refresh. Okay, but it was added. So that's cool. Added another Xbox controller. Did not refresh, but hey, you know. I'll take off a DualSense. Did not refresh, but nope, still there. And then if I plug in the DualSense, then it'll be like, oh, things are looking good. And then, yeah, that's, yeah, unfortunate. So why did it not remove the controller? Oh, is it? Do I have to do this on the pre-disconnect? Let's try. You know, experimentation. Okay. It's there. I pull. Right. I pull. And now it's gone. Okay. Yeah, I have to do on a pre-disconnect. I plugged in. And now it's back. Okay. So it kind of worked. So yeah, I do this. If I unplug this, yeah, then it does refresh it. Which is fine for now because I don't actually have it looking at a player and like a specific assigned player. I should include none, I think. Option data also have other data involved with it? No, it's just text and image. Okay. Okay, so I got that sort of working. The other problem that you might have noticed is yeah, this. This is, you know, it gets a little bit squirrely there. Which I guess I can change the size of the thing. we'll yeah, I'll go in and change that. I'll change the size. The label size 36. Here, yeah, there we go. I just made it ever so slightly smaller. Cool. Ooh, you know what would be really cool is if you switch to like this gamepad and say like, yeah, this player is now assigned this gamepad, and then the gamepad just does a little vibration to be like, hey, you're assigning it to this player. That would be kind of cool. I should write that down. I'm gonna write that down somewhere. Okay. All right. So yeah, we got that going on. And then I think because right now I am not assigning anybody anything. So I need to assign people based off of whatever the player is selected here. So like player 2 is going to be on keyboard, while player 1, and then it'll switch over to say DualSense. Something like that. And then I need to gray out, if I can, gray out options that you can't select. I don't think that there's an easy way for me to be able to do that. I guess there could be a way for me to do that with my custom dropdown. So, but either way, you switch over to 2, and then it's like, and now you go. Yeah. I think for now, I'll have it so that you could theoretically assign a controller. Could you theoretically assign a controller to 2 of them? I guess, theoretically. But all right, so we got the player and then we got the controller. It shows them there. I need to have it so that it's actually referring to, or like you can refer to a single controller's Rebind stuff. And this is where I need to have it so that this Rebind manager, I might want to have that be 2 different things. There's like the Rebind manager that I can add on to the rewired input manager here. And then there's the like player Rebind manager or something like that. Rebind player manager. Yeah. Rebind player manager or something like that, where this would be the thing that all of these UI things look at for like, what does my specific player that we are affecting right now, what are their information, what's their information? And that I think makes the most sense if I did that. So I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to separate out the rewired manager. I'll have that be a thing that happens outside of here. So I'll put that in here. Cool. And this is like global stuff that all things have. So if I have it so that all players don't include the system player, all players do not separate out the mouse and keyboard, like all that stuff happens there. And then we can have the rewired player manager. Oh man, I'm really, really good at naming things. Rebind player manager. Oh, rebind player manager. There we go. Oh, nope, did not click on the right thing. All right. And this is the thing that has like what is the currently selected player, what is all that stuff. We will do public player, current player, public controller, current, oh no, assigned controller. Yeah, yeah. Right? Do I need that? All I really need is this. Yeah, we'll see. So I need to actually assign the player stuff. So let's go here. Void player. Actually, no, we'll do this. Awake. Okay. And we're going with the current drop down. Add on value changed. Add listener. Assign player. Assign player. And this is where it would be useful to just have access to that stuff. But we'll do this. Rebind player manager. Manager equals get component in parent. Manager. Rebind player manager. There we go. Oh, this is int. I need int value. Yeah, player index. Okay, so manager dot player equals. Oh, I should probably have that be a thing that the manager does. So let's do that. Public void set player int player index. Manager set player index. Current player. Equals reinput dot players dot get player index. Cool. All right. And then I'll also have public unity in event system, or just event on player selected. I guess that's fine as a name. On player selected. I kind of want to put player on there. Player. Oops. Invoke current player. I'm selecting a player. So actually, what I'm gonna do is do a private rebind player manager dot on, oh nope, manager dot, actually no, yeah, on player selected dot add listener. Select controller player target player. Select controller. Or I guess I should say select. Yeah, I mean it is selecting. It is selecting a controller. I'm just trying to make it so that I'm not like actually assigning the controller. Yeah, I guess I'll say controller for now. Target player controller. I guess no, not the. I want to. Well, let's just do debug.log. Selected player plus. I guess I don't need that part. I just need selected and then target player name. Give me the description name. Okay. Play. Oh, that's a. Oh, that's the thing. I was like, okay, the equals get component in parent. Rebind. There. All right. Still I'm freaking out. It's saying that's a null. A component in player. Do I? Nope. That's why. That's why. Well, we'll put it in here, actually. Oh, no, that's UI. I want the manager. This one. There we go. I don't want that to be visible in public. Hide. Inspect. Okay. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 1. Okay. So it is updating that. So now I need to figure out what is assigned to what. So let's go look. Let's look at Rewired real quick. And then looking at the joysticks that are. So player one assigned that. Well, actually, I'm going to, yeah, because the other one disconnected. I am going to turn off this Xbox controller. There you go. Just because I know that it's gonna keep turning on and off. I want a consistent, what is this thing assigned to, kind of thing. So we're gonna just click play. Oh, click play, and it should be the DualSense or the DualSense, and player two is the DualShock. Okay. All right. So now now I got this going on. I need to go and check to see what the Rebind manager dot controller dot index of target player. Zero. I don't know. Yeah, I guess get controller. We'll do joystick. Or no, gamepad. What is it? Gamepad? No, it's joystick. Oh, controller ID. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, no, hold on. That's not what I want. This is not what I want. That what I what I am looking for then is get first. No, not with. I guess yeah, controllers. Zero. What is controllers? Yeah, I'm trying to find what is the. Do I have the controller? Not the action list. Oh, yeah, I do. What? Oh, okay. So it's just zero. Okay. Not the name. I just want this. Yes, target player. Int. Index. And what I do here is current drop down, notify. Without notifying it, do the controller index. There. Okay, click play. Oh. DualSense. 2 is keyboard. 3 is keyboard. Oh. What? Let me controller. Find controller. do a debug log assigned controller name. Mm-hmm. Let's put that question mark there so that it can actually finish. Mm. No. Weird. Okay, so one is the DualSense. Yo, what's up, Matthias? So why is this happening? So okay, we got essentially what I'm trying to do is anytime that I switch over to player one, I want to be able to see which controller is assigned to it. Or like when I switch between the different players, I want to be able to see which controller is assigned to these things. Oh well, yeah, everybody has these things. What the heck? And it doesn't seem like any of that stuff is working. It should be auto. Okay, well, let's try. Click play. I want to go double check and make sure. Yeah, okay, so it has the DualShock, it has the DualSense. These should have nothing. Yep, this has nothing. And then the player 4 has nothing. Yeah, that's correct. I need to add none to the list. Yeah, let's add none to the list. Refresh. Do controller options. Add new. None. What? Oh, weird. We do that, and then I will, when I am adding the things, I just add +1. +1. Just so that there is a none. Okay. How's it going, Matthias? What are you up to today? Okay. So yeah, now there's a none. Okay, yeah, see, look, it's added. Okay, so you capsed out, that's fair. Why is it showing? DDR pad. You make the joke, but I think that Rewired allows you to use the DDR pad. I think it is one of the supported things. Is one of the dance pads. You can do like gamepad, racing wheel, a flight stick, and pedals. And it has so many things. Remotes. You can do, of course, the Vita, the N64 controller, GameCube controller. There's so many different things. I would not at all be surprised if, yeah, you can do like guitars, drums. So DDR pad might be on that list. Is a flight stick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, a rhythm game that uses a. Actually, no. A flight game that uses a DDR pad is just like a YouTube video of somebody saying, "I'm going to use my DDR pad to control my flight simulator." All right. So let's try and figure out. Whoops, not closing the entire Unity. Let's try and figure out. There we go. Why it's not assigning or grabbing any stick. So I'm just getting. Yeah, I'm getting the target player. Let's see. Let's do target player. Descriptive name plus ding. There we go. Plus. There we go. All right. Now we could play. All right. That is one thing. Do I have that before I? No, I don't have it. Select controller manager dot player. Yeah, that would make it so that it actually selects the thing right away rather than wait. Nope, it actually did not do that. No, wait, why is it no? It's because that's not being set right away. Yep. That's fair. Player 2, player 3, player 4. Player 1 has the DualSense, but it doesn't have, like, I don't know why it doesn't show that player 2 has the DualShock. Weird. Why does it not grab the DualShock? I guess let's do a quick test. I keep doing quick tests, but no. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this then if it's not working and I don't have time to, or have the desire to try and debug that right now. Do plus. I really should target player dot controllers dot count. Wasted count, I guess. Plus. Oh, I will use a plus. Yeah, it has one thing. So why does it not? That has 0, that has 0, that has 1. Huh. Am I getting the wrong thing? Oh, I'm getting the ID. Not the... Oh. And that one happens to be ID 0. Oh. I'm getting the ID and not the actual index. joysticks. I just said 0. Yeah, I think that's probably going to do it. Click play. Okay. Yep, that did it. There it is. All right. Whoops. I keep accidentally clicking or opening that. I'm trying to debug. Rebind controls this thing. Okay. Target player controls joystick. Well, I don't want to have it so that it's specifically just joysticks. If I just said controllers. So what's wrong with controllers? But if I said this, then it's the list of. Yeah. Wait. Custom controllers is I is a list of a custom controller, and then I a list of custom. Okay, controllers is enumerable. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess I am already doing that. Yeah. Okay. We'll do 0. If return for now, because I have not dealt with the fact that there are also keyboard play and whatnot. Okay, yeah, that's still a thing. Whoa, what's going on there? Oh, that's weird. What? Was it because of that? No, that was weird. Okay. 2 dual shock, 1 dual sense, 4 oh, they should just say let's add braces. Say equals -1 or no 0. Okay, so player 1, player 2 has that, player 3 has none, player 4 has none. Well, yeah. Okay, cool. Now if I add these here, actually before I add all of the things, we're gonna do select controller current manager current player. Oh, return. there's other issues. Actually, I guess I can just say target player equals null or there. All right. All right. Equals none. I don't know why. Okay, so we got the dual sense in. Okay, so that's how that shakes out. So now if I, right, if I add a new controller, and I'm like, go here, there you go. Now it shows up. It was assigned there. Okay. Cool. So now that works. And you can see here's all the stuff. There's a none option. And then there's all these options. Good. I kind of wish. Yeah, that might be a thing that I make a convenience function for. But I kind of wish that I didn't have, or well, I wish that it worked right away. Like here, I want it to just be like, all right, time to do the thing. On player selected, select the controller. I guess no, yeah. Assign player. Current value. If I did that, I think that'll probably, that should work. Okay, click play. There we go. All right. We've now passed what you call what distant transmission could do, which is now I don't have to refresh. I don't have to refresh the page in order for me to first see what is assigned and what isn't. Oh, that's great. Okay, so we got all these in here. I can go in here and I can be like, nah, you want, or well, I can select these things, but it doesn't actually do anything. Cool. Okay, so now, thank you. So now you're basically where we're at is you are able to select, you can select the player and then it'll automatically show what controller is assigned where. I need to also include the keyboard in some way, shape, or form, but by default, yeah, I guess by default that's a little hard to do. If I do automatic, then let's go in here. I might have to change how this works. Yeah, I might actually have to change how this works because everybody has access to the keyboard right away, which, you know, not necessarily what we want here. But let's try and well, let's just ignore that for now and then have it so that you can attempt to assign a controller. Yeah, so on all these listeners, do current drop down on value change, add listener, assign controller. And that should have an integer int value. Oh, controller index. Oh, I guess it's not controller index. It's controller number. I'll say index. It's not technically the index because I have a none, which moves it up one, but we'll have to include that in here. So now I want to go to rebind. No, I go to manager dot assign controller. Oh, I guess I should probably go here. Public void assign controller. Or I guess I'll say set. Actually, just give me the controller. Oh, controller manager dot set control add controller. Oh, yeah, that's not what I want. Ooh, does controller man? Oh no. I can remove controllers, I can reset. I can add them not in an automatic sense. I don't like that. So if I said re-input player, or I guess current player dot controller, add controller. True. I guess I can do that. And then set controller. Oh, I need to get the controller. So let's do controller. Rebind manager controllers index of not index of controllers controller index +1. Yeah, so you'll never get 0. Or I guess, yeah. If x equals 0, return. No, I should say that controller null else. Controller. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I think that this should work. And then if it equals null, well, I guess I don't actually know what happens if it equals null. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out. Click that play button. Okay. All right, well, we got that going on here. So I'm going to go and say that you have Gamepad 2. Yep, it has Gamepad 2. And the duals. Okay. weird. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay, so now player one just has everything. Okay. Oh. Oh, wait. Right, it shouldn't be plus. It should just be this. Right? Hold on. Let me think about this. Oh, it should be -1. Yeah, because if 1 is the keyboard, so in the lineup or in the index for the controllers, it is actually 0. Yeah. Wait, did I actually save it? Yeah, I did. Did I save everything? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so that gamepad 2 is now assigned to that. Gamepad DualSense is now assigned. DualShock. None means well. None means well. About that. Okay, well, at least I now know that that doesn't actually do anything. If controller equals null, current player controller is time to remove all. Clear all controllers. Else. Okay. So, if I do this, oops, I'm looking at the wrong thing. If I do this, no, that's keyboard. If I do this, there you go. Now it's equal to null. Do this, then the keyboard. If none, okay. Okay, we're kind of there. I now need to unassign the other thing that it was assigned to. Actually, I do need to still do this. Okay, what if I did? Well, what if I was just like, you just do this regardless of what happens? If it's null, return. And we don't need an if here now. There. So every time you clear the controllers, and then you say, all right, I've cleared the controllers and I'm now saying who is assigned what. So this is assigned to the gamepad 1. If I say this, now it's gamepad 2. If I say this, now it's a DualSense, and this is DualShock 4. Cool, none. Sweet. Now the problem here is I have now removed that from everyone else. So I need to make it so that that does not happen, which means I need to have it so that you can't select the like ones that have not been selected or that have been selected, which means I'm going to need more controllers. Okay. Let me go get more controllers. Do I have more room on that? Hold on. lights flashing. Oh, geez. Sorry about the flashing lights. My light is fairly old and cheap, so. All right, I do have. Well, I'll need another. Yeah, I'll just go get a Xbox controller. One sec. All right. Okay. Now I have another Xbox controller. There we go. Sweet. Unfortunately, I do want to have it so that this updates when I plug in a new thing, but you know, I guess it is. Oh, I did not. The other Xbox controller got unplugged. Cool. Okay, now there are three. You know what? I'm gonna get a fourth. I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh no, it's dead. Oh well. One more. Okay. As you can see, I have a lot of controllers because I have to deal with a lot of controllers. Like for, you know, all the game dev that I do. Okay. I currently have. Sweet, yes. I currently have. Yeah, I have 6 controllers plugged in to this, which is, I guess, ideal. um, yeah, I have 6 controllers plugged into all of these, or into my computer. The goal here, what I'm trying to do, is I want to be able to go through all these. Yeah, you can see, look at me, I'm going through all these. It is assigning me to these, you know, like these new controllers to the player. That's the goal. Except for the keyboard. The keyboard right now is kind of, you know, that's going to be another thing that I have to deal with. But I'm able to assign all these. I need to block the controllers that are already assigned. So I can't show those, or I'm trying to have it so that I can't show those controllers. Which means I might need to change how I grab the controller stuff. So like, I think what I would want to do instead of having a master list of controllers, not here. Instead of looking at this master list of controllers, I need to look at the controller that it's assigned to, or the controller the player is assigned to, and then also the controller, like all the controllers that are not assigned to anything. That's what I gotta do. And yeah, and I guess I would need to figure out what controllers are assigned to things. Fortunately, I believe I have, yeah, is assigned to players. So I have that. I'm glad that I made that convenient function for me. So there's that. That means I'm gonna have to change this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change this thing. So I'm not gonna be looking at this Rebind Manager controllers thing. I might not actually need a Rebind Manager controllers thing. So we'll do none, the controller that the thing is assigned to, and then the other available controllers. That is what my play is here. None if current, no, if manager dot current player equal null. This would be a lot more convenient if I was just able to see, hey, can I get the controller that the player is assigned? I might add that in here. Yeah, get player.
Don't bite your dad.
I'll say, yeah, let's do static public controller. Get controller player target player. And then I'll just grab if equals 0. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. I think I have an idea. Target player, not controller. No, if the joystick count equals 0, well, let's see. Target player dot controllers has keyboard. If target player not controller has keyboard, return keyboard. Return re-input dot keyboard controller keyboard. Not keyboard enabled. Keyboard. There we go. Else if target player dot controller dot has mouse, return re-input dot controller dot has mouse. Oh, no, not has mouse. Mouse. Cool. I could do that. And then if you have this, return target player dot controllers dot joysticks 0. Yeah. Okay. This doesn't necessarily. Oh, I guess I'm saying get last controller, but I don't want to get the last active controller. I'm just trying to get controller. Yeah. So yeah, I'm essentially doing the same thing. Oh, what? You could say contains controller. That's the overall control. Oh, okay. No, that's not useful. Let's try. I'm just now curious. Okay, no, it's just that. Okay, well. All right. Okay, so we got this going on. We're just gonna get the first joystick that is assigned to you. We're gonna go here. Oops. Go here, and we're gonna just get. Oh, let's actually. If target player, oh boy, player equals null, return null. There. Like don't even tempt. Okay, now I'll have, so I need to now manage these private list controllers. access to that. I need to manage this on my own now rather than rely on the master list of controllers. Do controller manager dot get assign or get controller current manager dot current player. All right, I get that controller. No, wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, now I am realizing I could just use the assigned controller thing. This should happen inside of the rewired player thing. That's the point of this. There we go. Wait, awake current player. Oh no. Or equals controller manager dot get controller current player. Yeah, that's when it should happen. So if current manager dot assigned controller does not equal null, controller options dot add new TMP drop down option data, and then name. There you go. Okay, this is not happening, so let's get rid of that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got this assigned. Manager, assign the controller. I need to get the controllers that are not assigned. I mean, I guess I could do that inside of the controller manager. It doesn't need to. Yeah, it doesn't need to. But it would be useful, I guess. We'll controllers clear, and then we'll just say controllers add manager assign controller. We do that, and then we add all the ones that are unassigned as well, which is where, yeah, I'll just do it here. Static public list of controllers. Controller. Get unassigned controllers. So now I need to go through rewired input controllers dot controller. Wait, no, I need to do 4 Re-input. Controllers. Controller count. Re-input. Controllers. Controller. Sure. If. Re-input. Controllers. Oh. There was some commotion outside. All right. Is controller assigned? Yeah, I guess. Controller is controller. Yeah, I guess I should say is assigned to player. Yeah, I could hear you walking, bro. Controller. Controllers. Right, I can't. No, you're good. Let me think. Actually, yes, I can hear you walking, Matthias. Oh my goodness. Yes, this is a Baldur's Gate 3 stream. Really? Yeah, so the reason why you don't see Karlak anywhere is so this is one of those not so nice playthroughs. Your support was about, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, now you've gotten people to talk about Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. Anyway, re-input. Making maps. Re-input controllers. Why is I just want to get. Yeah, I want to get that controller. Is not connected. Assigned. ID. There we go. Is assigned to players. If you're not assigned to players, do something about it. Let's make a list of controller. Unassigned controllers equals new new list of those. Evil game dev. Yes. All right. Okay, so we got unassigned controllers. We're gonna add this controllers. Oh, not configuration. Whoa. Hold on. Controllers. I add that to the list, and then when you're done, return the unassigned controllers. Dope. Here, yeah, actually, I'm gonna do if unassigned, do that, and do this. Okay. If not, or well, I guess regardless, controllers dot add controller manager dot get unassigned controllers. I guess add range. Whoops, add range. There we go. We do that, but we also say for. We basically do what we are doing down here. Let's put this in a unassigned controllers. Whoop. Out. Unassigned controllers. There we go. Now what we do here is controller options, add new not options, unassigned controller name, or name. There. Okay. So now this should be, oh yeah, this should be the right list. And then I can just say, instead of trying to get this, I'll just say controllers. So I can type controllers. Oh, controller index. Now this is very one-to-one. Well, actually, it's still not very one-to-one because I still have 0 in there. Well, okay. Or I still have like none. Which I guess I should probably account for that. Never mind. There. All right. I will deal with the keyboard after this. All right. You're assigned to none because you have none. Well. Oh. Wait. Oh, that's because all my controllers are off. Let's turn them all back on. That's what I get for having wireless controllers. Okay, now, well, also it should have shown the one that it was assigned to at least. Okay, well, yeah, there's none, and there's none. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right, get unassigned. So that's saying that there's some that are not assigned. Hold on, let's go here. That's the thing. Let's say 1 per player. There we go. Okay, these are the ones that are not assigned. Okay. All right. Why is it not including one that it is assigned to? Well, let's go here. Okay, well, this I'm getting rid of. Okay, so why is it needs to update here. So this needs to happen. Or no, I need to be like on player selected. Yeah, select controller. I need a refresh. On player selected, I need to refresh the list. Okay, so manager on player selected. Add. which is not going to work because it needs the thing right. Let's rethink this. Selecting a controller only happens then. So when you select a controller, I need to, if it equals that and it equals that, yeah, refresh list. Do not select the controller here. All right, we're going to try that. Okay, DualSense. No, it should be this. Well, almost there. Oh, I do +1. Right. I don't need that anymore. I don't need to do the +1 index. Yeah. Oh, this is the problem. I don't need this here. I need controllers and then index of, in which I do need the +1. Dag. That's just how sometimes it goes. I really can't make up my mind. Okay. Hey, look at that. I don't need it. I don't need it. I knew it. I was right. Okay. So these are the ones that are available to you. Yeah. And then this is the one that is available to you and the one that is assigned to you. This is the one that's available and assigned. This is the one available and assigned. So now if I go, you're using the DualSense, you can choose between the ones that are available and assigned. But now if I go here, this one is now available and the DualSense is not. All right. That works. Yeah. So yeah, essentially you are now able to be like, okay, I am player one. I don't know which one is gamepad one. There are too many Xbox controllers in front of me. So I'm going to go grab the DualSense. Let's say that you're using the DualSense here. Well, actually, no, here. Before I do all of this stuff. Yeah. Let me try and recount what is going on. Okay. You can choose a player. You choose a player and you can be like, all right, here's the player. Player one. Player one has this Xbox controller assigned to him, but there are two other controllers that are unassigned right now, and you can choose to assign it to him. So I'm gonna choose to assign the DualShock 4 to player one. Cool. Now player two has gamepad 2 assigned to it. Oh no, there's a mouse. Ah, no. That's unfortunate. I don't want the mouse to show up on here because it shouldn't. Right? Oh, yeah. Okay. I am looking at a mouse. So what I need to do is say, do I separate the mouse? Oh, yes. Because, so yeah, if you look over here, oh, that is actually intended. It's just I need to account for the fact that I have a toggle. So yeah, if you look over here, you can see has mouse or does not have mouse, and whatnot. And the player 2 doesn't have the mouse associated with them. So it's going to show up here as, hey, this is a thing. And I don't think that, well, now there's things that do have things associated with it. Oh, okay. I'm not fully understanding that. Hold on. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn some stuff. Okay. Yeah, right. So there's player 1, Xbox. One of these Xbox controllers is assigned to this. I'm gonna say, nah, you get the DualShock. Player 2. Oh, it gets rid of one of the things. If I specifically do the DualShock. Let's see. I'm gonna just do the DualSense and then do this. Oh no, it's just anything, I guess. Okay. But yeah, as you can see, me changing this DualSense makes it so that all of these other ones are available. Or like all these other ones are available because they're unassigned. And then the assigned one. So I can be like, nah, you get the DualShock. Player 2 has the Gamepad 2, but now the DualSense is available because I just unassigned it from player 1. And that's the point. That was the point of all of this, is that based off of all of this information, I can now essentially just have it so that like you can choose between the one you have assigned to you and then the ones that are not assigned, or the ones that aren't assigned to anything. So now player 2 has Gamepad 1. Player 3 is gonna have the DualSense. Yeah, now it's just gamepads and stuff. Now I gotta figure out what's going on with the mouse here. So if I assign it to the mouse, now the keyboard's not assigned. Now I'm really curious. Okay, is it because? Yeah, I say remove and I clear all controllers. Yeah, that makes sense. I unassign it from everybody. Which, yeah, is what I do want. Yeah, I do want that. I'm going to make a public, static, public. Do I want public? Yeah, I guess public. Rebind manager. Oh, manager. Instance equals this. For now. That's, And then I want this here. Okay, so now I have a list of unassigned things. If rebind manager dot instance dot separate. If you are supposed to, or if you're not supposed to separate the mouse and keyboard, unassigned controllers dot remove input dot mouse controllers dot controllers dot mouse. Remove the mouse. And unassigned controller that contains reinput dot controllers dot mouse. Remove it. There we go. As we play the waiting game. Okay. Cool. So one of these Xbox controllers and then the 2 PlayStation ones, I'll say, hey, you get the DualSense. Go here. What is that? Okay. Yeah. All right. Go here. Yep. Okay. Okay. You get the DualShock. And then, yeah, the only ones that are left are 1 and 4. Yep. Okay. That. Okay. Okay. That is what I want. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. let's see. What happens if I say none? And then I move on. Well, yeah, I move on here. Now there's, all right. We've done it. We've done it. Oh, bro, you're looking for your emotes, I'm assuming. Yeah, no, that is what I wanted. I love how I'm so excited about just like reassigning controllers and whatnot, and not like the rebinding part. Remember when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna work on rebinding, and then there's no rebinding in this stream. And it's just me making new UI and then making it so that you can assign new controllers to things. Oh boy. Okay. But yeah, that's working. It's working. That's the point. That's the point, is that it's working. So right now, yeah. Somebody. Okay, so I need to have it so that I think it's player 2. Like if I have none here, I clear that. I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, player 1's none. All right, so this is probably the last thing I gotta do before I feel complete here. Right. If equals not, but it has no joysticks assigned. Ah, okay. Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, there are no joysticks assigned, so it should equal this. Oh, else. Else. Oh boy. Oh, hold on. Okay, I know what's going on. I need to do an else here. Else return. No, because it is doing this. It's just checking these things. It's failing to have any of those, and then it's saying, "Oh, okay, let's just keep going instead." Now I'll add this. No. Okay. Man, we're getting there. All right. Oh, I'm like, wait, okay, yeah, one of them turned off. Let me turn them back on. Oh, I don't know. I closed it. Let me turn this back on, move all the controllers so that they stay on. Again, the joys of, I mean, I could get wired connections to these, but there's too many. Okay, so we got the DualSense. I'm going to say none. And then I'm going to go here. Cool. And then I'm going to go here, and that's none. And then if I hear the gamepad 1, ooh, wait. 1, 2? No, gamepad 2 should not be available to you. 2 is assigned to gamepad 2. Yeah. 3, 4, 0. So the only ones that should be assigned to you is 1, 2, these. Why are you getting this? 3, 1, yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, it's just getting like the last. It's keeping the last thing on there. Weird. Okay. Well, then let's go solve that problem. New list equals none. manager is equals assigned controller. Oh, I'm not setting the assigned controller to none if okay. That's the problem. There, I do this. Okay. So let's say that I did that. All right, now we see that the Xbox gamepad 1 is there, is assigned to player 1. Then there's also the two PlayStation controllers, the DualSense and the DualShock. If I say none here, then I go here. The gamepad 2 is assigned to player 2, but gamepad 1 is now freed because I just removed it from player 1, and the PlayStation controllers are still there. Now if I go back to 1, it's set to none. And it still has PlayStation or the gamepad 2 on there. And I don't know why. Let's see if it is adding. If it does not equal null. It should equal null. Go to assign controller equals this. When I set the player, I get the controller for that. Let's do a debug. Whoop. Debug.log. Assigned player or controller. Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, I'm so close. I just want to get this done. All right, so none. Oh, it's okay. I gotta. Question mark job name. Do that. It is kind of convenient to just do a question mark dot name in order to get something back from a debug.log, but I don't like using it other than in debugs because it makes it a little bit less clear of what's going on. Anyway, so I make that null. Okay, gamepad 2. Yes, that is correct. Gamepad 2. Now, if I go here, equals none. Oh, is it because I moved this? I don't. Yeah, it is. That's weird. I gotta figure that out. Why did this happen? Why did it add that? Okay, well, I guess let's see. Debug.log added assigned controller plus manager.assign controller name. Added controller plus assign controller names. Okay, so we got the assigned controller plus 3 other things. Yeah. Which, yes, assigned controller, 3 other things. Yep. Equals none. Oh. Oh. I still need to refresh the list, even if the thing is none. Oh. That's what's going on. All right, make this none. Go here. Okay. This has all the stuff. Clear that. And then go here is equal none. And all right. All right. It's working now. All right. So yeah, now you have nothing assigned to you, but you have access to all the things that are unassigned. And it's not adding a weird ghost thing over here. Sweet. Okay. Dope. I am now going to get rid of all these debugs because it makes it hard to be able to read anything or understand anything for meaningful debugs. Okay. Well, I'm going to move all these real quick. Well, I think that actually does it. Honestly, I can keep going, but I'm hungry. So, so I think I should probably stop here. Let me just go double check and make sure everything works. Okay, all this works. You get the DualSense. You go here. I just changed, yeah. You get nothing. You go here. You get the DualShock. You go here. And also, you saw that, yeah, it grew. You go here, Gamepad 4, you get nothing. So yeah, now it's DualSense. Now we got all these things. Ooh, that is the thing that is not working. Is the keyboard randomly, well, it's not random, but the keyboard gets unassigned at some point. So then it becomes a thing. I think it's on player 4. Let me check. Let's look at player 4. Let's just look over here on player 4. Does player 4 have the keyboard? It is true. The player 4 does have the keyboard. So does player 3 and player 2 and player 1. So, so every time I unassign a thing, so let's unassign this. If I go here, it's not getting the keyboard because it's still assigned to somebody. But if I unassign, or if I reassign this, if I say none or choose anything else, like I say, you get the DualSense and you get the DualShock, I am unassigning it. And if you look over here, yeah, you can see this is saying that you now no longer have the keyboard and whatnot. Now only player 1 has the keyboard because by default, everybody is starting off with the keyboard, which is incorrect. I don't want them to all start off with a keyboard. Assign the key. Yeah, so I need to not have them assign the keyboard on start. Yeah, I guess I would rather have Yeah, I'd rather have them not be assigned to them. So again, this is just for this version. All right, so now no one has the mouse or keyboard assigned to them at the start. So now when I look at controllers to say, hey, which one do you have? Yeah, the keyboard is there. And because I went in and took in account the master switch here, or toggle, where are you at there? This master toggle here that says include, or no, separate the mouse and keyboard, and that is toggled off. Now it only shows the keyboard. Oh my goodness. All right. So now if I click keyboard, then I switch over to here, you don't see the keyboard anymore. But if I switch here, yeah, this is where the problem is. Okay. So I need to, the last thing I got to do here then is, so I am getting the list on here and it's showing that, that the keyboard is the assigned thing. I think it showed that correctly. Right, because it got all the, yeah. So if I say, yeah, you get this, and then I go to this and this, whoops. Yes, it shows that the keyboard is a thing that you can, it is the assigned controller is the keyboard. So I just need to select the keyboard on there. So yeah, if player count equals 0, okay. If this equals null, then do this. If this is equal to 0, do this, else do this. Oh, yeah. Let me do controller index. Yeah. If it equals 0, if target player dot controllers dot has keyboard, let's do int controller index equals 0 for now. Then controller index equals controllers dot index of input dot controller dot keyboard. Else, if target player, let's do rebind manager dot instance dot separate mouse keyboard and target player dot controllers dot has mouse. Oh yeah, has the mouse, then controller index equals controllers dot index of input controllers mouse. Okay, right. I think that should do it. Now that's checking to see if you have the keyboard. If you do or you don't have the keyboard, but you have the mouse and the mouse is a thing that is separate, then grab the keyboard and stuff. actually grab the set the thing. All right, there's the keyboard. Do this. We do this. Still none. Actually, let me get rid of this because it is throwing me off. I'm gonna go and figure out why it's not. Oh, when I click on has keyboard, or like when I click on assign the keyboard, does that actually say has keyboard and stuff? I don't know. I did not look. Right, yeah, this equals to 0. Yeah, it does have the keyboard. Okay. As keyboard equals, yeah, it's giving me the index of 0. I am curious. Oh, wait, should it? I think it's supposed to be +1. Yep, I think this is the same problem that I was having earlier. Keyboard. I click on this. Go back. Yeah, it's supposed to be +1. Yeah. Because that is correct. You know, it should be +1. The index +1 because we gotta account for the none. Okay. Okay. All right. So, well, we're here. I click this. I click that. I go back. There's the keyboard. All right. Oops. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay. All right. I think that probably does it. If this last run through all works, then I think that I'm probably gonna call it there. But man, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, this is gonna be a series of streams, I can tell. Okay, but yeah, we have this, and we can assign that. We can look at these. Keyboard is available. Let me move all these just so that it don't die. Oh, I moved this stuff. You should be assigned player 2. You are gonna get none. Go here. 4 now is shown up on here. Keyboard also shows up on here, but you're gonna get the keyboard, and you're gonna get the DualSense and the DualShock. There we go. Now if I go over here, DualSense 1, 2, 3, 4. Keyboard is only on player 3. And yeah, you have only 1, 2, 3, and 4 because all of these are not assigned to anything. Wow, yeah, nothing, none of those are assigned to anything. No Xbox controller. Okay, cool. And then, I guess the last thing I gotta account for is that if the controller is not null, if controller equals no, I'm gonna type equals keyboard re-input, or no, I guess. Oh, I have it on controller manager, not is mouse keyboard. Controller. Then current player dot controllers dot add controller re-input controllers mouse current dot controller dot add input controllers dot keyboard. Why is this not? Oh, and yes, true. True. Okay, do this. So we're gonna actually put this up here. If it is mouse and keyboard, if separate, go grab, take out. Yeah, no, that is fair. I was also not expecting to stream for 5 hours, but I mean, hey, I guess I was really feeling productive. Rebinding. Okay. Do rebind manager, separate out. No, instance dot separate. And it is a mouse and keyboard. Do them else. Don't just do your thing. Save that. Okay. I love how I've probably said, yeah, I think I should wind down the stream like 3 times. Okay. There's the keyboard. Now if I assign the keyboard, so look over here, we have has mouse is false, has keyboard is false. I'm gonna say keyboard, bam. The keyboard is true, but the mouse isn't. I don't like that. Oh wait, no. This is if it's not. I got the inverse going on. It should say if it is not separate, just assign both of them. If not, then don't assign. All right. So looking over, false, false. True, true. There we go. Okay. I think that's it. Because yeah, now it doesn't show up. Gamepad 1 shows up now. DualShock 4 is there. I'm saying DualShock 4. Go here. Gamepad 1 and 2 are now there. I'm gonna say DualSense. Gamepad 4, 1, 2, and 3 are also in there. I'm gonna say you get none. I can go back here. So none, the keyboard, which is the thing it's assigned to, and then 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all available because Apparently, I really like just getting rid of the Xbox controllers. But yeah, so we can do that. But if I said none here, and then I went here, now the keyboard's available and all the Xbox controllers. And I said none. I said all this stuff, none. Okay. So now nothing is assigned anywhere. The keyboard, all the Xbox controllers, and all the PlayStation controllers are available for you to peruse, which is ideal. This is what that's what I wanted. Okay, well, yeah. I think that does it. Now I'm trying to think of like what happens next. What is the next thing that I do? And I think the next thing that I do is get the assignment stuff, showing the actual actions and things, which, I mean, I guess that's a whole other thing, but that sounds like another stream rather than me keep going for even longer than I am now. So yeah, let's do the whole recap stuff that I typically do. So yeah, this was a longer stream than I thought it would be, but man, I was having a lot of fun. And honestly, I probably could keep going. It's just I'm hungry, so I should probably eat. But yeah, so we got the main things that have been that I did was we looked over all the different like rebinding things that I've done in the past, looked at examples on the game UI database, trying to figure out what exactly makes the most sense and things like that. Did all that, then got sidetracked and worked on getting the buttons in, these like generic buttons that I can then bring over from place to place. The reason for that is because I needed these. So we have a button, we have a drop down, which is what you've been seeing this entire time for a while. We have a slider that updates the value and stuff, and then we have a toggle, and all of that stuff is just like, yeah, all inside of the things that I can just bring from project to project. Oh, and also an input field, but the input field is kind of, well, it works, it's just it doesn't work on controller. All the other things work on controller, no problem and no sweat. But yeah, so all of that was added in. But yeah, the reason for that was for the drop down stuff. And with the drop down stuff, we have it. So if I click the play button here, click the play button here, click the play. Oh, okay. There we go. Now you are able to see a huge drop down of all the available players. You can choose to include or exclude the system player if you want. In most cases, it's probably exclude the system player, but you can choose the player that you're trying to change the rebinds for. And then you can choose which controller you want to actually assign to the player and what things that you're actually going to be changing up. So yeah, this is useful for a 4-player setup like Omnigear. Omnigear is going to be using something very similar to this, where you're going to be able to choose. Well, you're not going to necessarily be able to choose the controller because the controller is going to be assigned elsewhere. This is useful for something where there's not a press A to join kind of thing. Which is what like distant transmission was. That didn't have a press A to join. It didn't really make a lot of sense to do that. It's more of an automatic kind of join thing, and then you would be able to assign it post automatic stuff. But yeah, so what this then means is that, yeah, you can go in here and you can assign whatever controller is assigned to you or unassigned to you. So you can choose player 1 has gamepad 1 assigned to it, but I can choose the DualSense and say, yeah, here's the DualSense. You can again continue to choose all between them, but it's not now that I've chosen the DualSense for player 1, I go to player 2 and the DualSense is no longer selectable there because player one has it. You can't take player one's stuff. So yeah, there's that. You can assign the player or the keyboard. I have the ability, or I've added in the ability to have it so that you can like separately assign the keyboard player and a mouse player. This is useful for something like Hyperdot. Hyperdot would benefit from having something like that, where because you can have two different controllers assigned to like they can have two different players assigned to each other, rather than just being like, oh, you were the keyboard and mouse player. You can be just the keyboard player or just the mouse player. So yeah, so that is one thing, but yeah, you can assign that. I've selected keyboard for player 2. Go to player 3. It has the gamepad 3 assigned to him, but it does not have the keyboard associated anymore. But you can get player gamepad 1 and 2 in there. So yeah, basically you're able to change what controllers are assigned, and it only shows the ones that are available to you. So yeah. Man, that was a long ordeal, but yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really felt productive, shockingly productive working on all this stuff. But yeah, hopefully y'all enjoyed it. Hopefully y'all got whatever it is you were trying to get done, or just was chilling, relaxing, all that good stuff. I already hear Matthias trying to finish that statement. Anyway, I'm going to call it there. But yeah, I appreciate all of y'all hanging out and chilling. I'm probably I'm really motivated to continue working on this, just because it was a lot of fun. But I'm really motivated to work on this. I don't know when the next stream is going to be. It'll definitely be sooner than it has been in the past. Again, I was really busy and sick, so I wasn't able to really stream. So I'll try and figure out what actually makes the most sense for me to stream, but I'll let everybody know and whatnot. So yeah, well, thanks everybody. Yeah, I'm also glad that it was a productive stream. I'm really glad that was the case. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I always say let's see if I remember how to do this. I know how to do it. It's just you have to. Okay, you know what, I'm not even gonna. All right, thanks for watching everybody. Talk to y'all later.